Ultima, Worlds of Adventure 2, Martian Dreams, is a turn-based computer role-playing adventure developed by Origin Systems and published for IBM PCs in summer 1991. Colloquially known as Worlds of Ultima 2, the game is a sequel to 1990's The Savage Empire, and, like its predecessor, is a spin-off from Origin's popular Ultima series, transporting fans from the high fantasy world of Britannia to a completely new setting. In Martian Dreams, the avatar of Britannia is hurled back in time to an alternate reality 1895, where he joins an expedition to Mars to rescue the leading lights of the late 19th century. Alongside a party of famous historical figures, the hero braves the harsh atmosphere of the fourth planet in pursuit of imperiled Victorian luminaries like Thomas Edison and Percival Lowell. As they chart its reaches, the rescue team discover that the Red Planet hosts not only the scattered survivors of a previous expedition, but also the ruins of an ancient and highly advanced alien civilization, one whose wondrous technologies are as operational and deadly as ever. Yet neither the annihilated Martians nor the malignant force that destroyed them are quite as dead as they first seem, and to escape Mars, humanity must secure a future for both themselves and their extraterrestrial neighbours. As with the original Worlds of Ultima, Martian Dreams is based on the engine used for Ultima 6, The False Prophet, and mimics many of the same mechanics as that game, with the player leading their party on a series of quests across a large, semi-open game world, speaking to NPCs, gathering key items, and improving their stats and equipment as they encounter increasingly dangerous foes. However, like the first game in the series, Worlds of Adventure 2 is more oriented towards adventure gaming than a traditional CRPG, streamlining character development and combat in favour of puzzle solving and interactivity. But whilst in the Savage Empire players encountered prehistoric monsters and numerous environmental obstacles, in Martian Dreams they'll also contend with challenges like oxygen deprivation, arctic conditions, and the impossible pocket worlds of the Dream Machines, wondrous alien devices through which players will explore the fears and fantasies of famous figures like Mark Twain or Georges Melies. Furthermore, whereas the first Worlds of Ultima had been marketed as an exciting, pulpy adventure through the lost worlds of writers like Edgar Rice Burroughs and Arthur Conan Doyle, Martian Dreams was promoted for its use of historical figures, and its grounding in the proto-science fiction imaginings of Jules Verne and H.G. Wells. Origin Systems hoped that by combining a tried and tested formula with a unique and original premise, Worlds of Adventure 2 would not only prove a hit with existing fans, but also draw a new audience into the Ultima franchise. Martian Dreams received mostly positive scores on release, being lauded for its steampunk setting, VGA graphics, and implementation of Ultima 6's control scheme, but with some criticism of the game's hefty hardware requirements, as well as the Worlds of Ultima series' increasing shift away from its CRPG roots. VGC magazine gave Martian Dreams 8 out of 10, with reviewer Russ Sekola saying it was a fine blend of storytelling, interaction, and exploration. Sekola further complimented the game's graphics, soundtrack, and physical bonus material, taking issue only with a few technical complications and item management quibbles, and concluded that with the second Worlds of Ultima, Origin had ensured fans would be well occupied until the release of the Avatar's next adventure. Computer Gaming World reviewed Martian Dreams twice, with the first review conducted by the infamous Scorpia and the second by Roger Stewart, neither of whom gave the game a formal score. Scorpia praised Martian Dreams for its strong story, alt-history authenticity, and the amount of content present, but also remarked that Worlds of Adventure 2 had brought the series closer to King's Quest than Ultima, arguing that leveling and combat were redundant, that the large game world undermined its extensive puzzles, and that overall, Martian Dreams was effectively an adventure game with a thin veneer of CRPG mechanics. Roger Stewart's review struck a more positive tone, crediting the Ultima 6 engine for its versatility as a vehicle for simultaneous storytelling, role-playing, and interaction, and giving special credit to Origin for making Martian Dreams as educational as it was entertaining. Zero magazine concurred, awarding Martian Dreams 86% and calling it a bizarre, complex, imaginative, and satisfyingly challenging, if occasionally self-indulgent, gift to Ultima enthusiasts. Reviewer Paul Lakin was, however, less certain that the game would appeal to casual or conservative CRPG players, echoing Scorpia's warning that the scale and scope of its puzzles seemed targeted at adventure gamers gamers over all others. International reviews of Martian Dreams were also generally positive, though like their English language counterparts raised concerns over technical demands and the game's emphasis on problem solving over traditional role-playing mechanics. France's Joystick rewarded Origin's efforts with an impressive score of 91%, calling it a delightful vacation through time, space, and artistic imagination that had more than earned the magazine's Megastar award. The reviewer was particularly taken with Martian Dreams' charming graphics, rich cast of characters, and diverse challenges, but also noted that the game had a slow start that was indicative of its intense focus on puzzles over combat, cautioning that Martian Dreams was certainly not for those who did not like having to put their thinking skills to the test. Holland's Software Gids rated Worlds of Adventure 8 out of 10, saying it was original, substantive, challenging, and overall well executed, but warned that not only had Origin abandoned fans with weaker computers, even those who could run the game would likely encounter performance issues. And Germany's Powerplay scored Martian Dreams at 73%, with a review shared between Heinrich Lenhardt and Michael Hengst. Lenhardt was mostly positive towards the game, stating he had been pleasantly surprised by Origin's decision to depart from the setting and gameplay of both Ultima 6 and Savage Empire, and complaining only of the time spent trudging across Mars's surface to reach points of interest. But Hengst, though impressed by the game's production values, was overall much more critical, particularly towards the setting, citing Origin's gimmicky and increasingly irritating insistence on parading its cast of historical figures in front of the player as his chief complaint, and concluding he would much rather have experienced a real Ultima. Martian Dreams was the final English-language entry in the Worlds of Ultima series, and Origin Systems subsequently shifted their attention back to the mainline Ultima games, before being purchased by publisher Electronic Arts in 1992. In 2012, EA, with the aid of members of the Ultima fan community, put Martian Dreams up as a free gift on the digital distribution platform Good Old Games, where as of September 2024 it remains available for download. Like its predecessor, Worlds of Adventure 2 is not a remarkably well-known title in the broader Ultima series, though some CRPG fans have covered the game in written and video retrospectives, partly because of its historical underpinnings, but also due to the involvement of producer Warren Spector, who would go on to earn fame for his role in projects such as Blue Sky's Ultima Underworld and Ion Storm's Deus Ex. In today's video, we'll first take a look at the history of how Martian Dreams came to be, then tackle its gameplay, graphics, and audio design, and after all that, consider the inspirations and implementation of its Victorian retro-futurist premise. As usual, you can look at the chapter timestamps below to skip to whatever part of the review you're interested in, or for extra context, watch my video on the first Worlds of Ultima, the Savage Empire, though it's not necessary to do so to understand anything in today's retrospective. With all that said, let's begin our journey by stepping through the Moongate back to 1990, and learn about the circumstances surrounding the conception and development of the Avatar's alt-history adventure across the Sidonian plains and Tharsian plateaus of our distant planetary cousin.
I got to work on Savage Empire. Warren Spector, who was the other producer at the time, got to work on Martian Dreams, and ironically, those two ideas were ones we had each pitched, but we had each pitched the other person's idea. I wanted to do the steampunk thing, and he wanted to do the Lost World dinosaur theme, but timing worked out that we ended up doing the other person's.
Although Martian Dreams was the second entry in the Worlds of Ultima duology, its origins date back to the series' initial conception, and its inspirations extend even further back into the personal and professional lives of the project's leads. Two key figures involved in the Worlds series as a whole were Jeff Johanigman, a veteran of Atari and Electronic Arts, and Warren Spector, who had previously been employed by tabletop RPG giants TSR and Steve Jackson Games. Spector had twice worked at what, for many role-playing role-playing fans would have seemed their dream job, to create and playtest pen and paper adventures at two of the most influential role-playing companies in the industry. But he had become slightly disenchanted by two trends in particular. Firstly, the emphasis in tabletop RPGs on shuffling sheets of paper and calculating the results of multi-sided dice rolls, and secondly, the seemingly inexhaustible demand for generic medieval fantasy adventures. Like any individual, Spector had a wide range of interests, from fantasy to superheroes to other commonalities of pen and paper games, but one of his personal passions was the 19th century, and the momentous changes that were occurring in Western society during that period. He was also an avid reader of author Jack Finney, citing works like time-travelling sci-fi narrative Time and Again as formative in Spector's own writing. It was the designer's belief that, in both systems and storytelling, role-playing could go further than merely quantifying the killing of orcs and looting of treasure. Spector's interest in remedying the fundamentals of RPG mechanics led him to Origin Systems, whose pioneering computer role-playing games seemed to represent real progress in moving away from simply emulating endless lists of stats and figures. But when he and Johanigman joined Origin in 1989, they found the company's flagship Ultima franchise just as devotedly married to fantasy as Spector's previous employers had been. Fortunately for both men, they had come onto Origin at a time when several other figures in the company had been pushing for change, both for creative and financial reasons. Executives were concerned by the increasing costs and increasing development time eaten up by new entries in the Ultima series, whilst some designers and other staff were becoming tired of the familiarity and restrictions inherent to working on traditional fantasy games. The most recent iteration in the mainline series, Ultima 6, had been a particular drain on resources, the new engine alone having cost $250,000 to develop, and Origin founder Richard Garriott, best known to his fans as Lord British, was in 1990 persuaded to greenlight spin-off titles in the franchise. These were to be developed under the Worlds branding, with tentative discussions revolving around CRPGs, graphic adventures, and other possible sub-franchises. But it was the first of these ideas upon which Origin were immediately able to lay the foundations of this new strategy, since neither the tools nor expertise for creating role-playing games were resources in which the company was lacking. Origin already developed engines in-house, and its staff, some of them experienced tabletop designers like Spector, chafed under the restrictions of working within the creative boundaries inherent to Garriott's high fantasy world of Britannia, yearning instead to take the Ultima series in new directions. With the skills and will already in place, it fell only to decide what the launch pad for these ambitions would be. At that time, in early 1990, it made the most sense to use Ultima 6 as the test bed for these alternate Ultimas, as its sequel was not projected for release until late 1991, and Origin needed new releases to fill the gap in its upcoming product line. The False Prophet, having been a critical hit, seemed a reliable model for CRPGs in new settings, with no need for significant revisions to its core mechanics or control scheme. Thus, reusing the same engine and basic gameplay framework as Ultima 6, projects developed under the Worlds label were intended to be, from a production standpoint, comparatively cheap and low-risk investments, created in under a year by a secondary team of designers, whilst the rest of Origin worked on the next major entry in the mainline series. And from an artistic perspective, spin-off games would not be burdened by the same expectations fans had of a true Ultima. Worlds titles were an opportunity for the company's creative staff to shed the limitations of the established setting of Britannia and experiment with the conventions of the CRPG genre in a way that would be too risky if applied to the core Ultima games. It was therefore agreed that whilst Richard Garriott focused on the upcoming Ultima 7, responsibility for interim Worlds titles would alternate between Warren Spector and Jeff Johanigman. Of the many scenarios suggested as viable settings for the Worlds brand, the two leading candidates were Dinosaur Valley, which was to be a Lost Worlds or jungle romance spin on Ultima 6, and Time Travel, envisioned as a historically oriented Victorian steampunk adventure. Origin planned for these to be followed by the release of Ultima 7, with the expectation that from that point onwards, further Worlds titles could be produced on the new engine. Although authorship of the Dinosaur Valley proposal has been widely attributed attributed to Spector, the origins of what would become Martian Dreams are somewhat more nebulous. In journalist Andrea Contato's 2019 book, Through the Moongate, Jeff Johanigman claims that it was he who had, quote, always dreamed of mashing a bunch of Victorian-era characters into one story, unquote, reiterating in a 2021 interview on the Retro Hour podcast that whereas Spector had pitched the Lost World script, the steampunk adventure idea was Johanigman's own. However, comments made by Spector over the years indicate he feels a strong sense of creative ownership over the concept of an alt-history Victorian ensemble. In the book Game Design: Secrets of the Sages, Spector states, with regard to the inspiration for a 19th century time travel game, that he had long been obsessed with the Victorian era and its personages, and that, quote, people thought I was nuts in moving Ultima to the 1890s. Similarly, in a 2007 post on his blog, Spector traces the idea back to his belief in 1989 that Ultima's generic fantasy milieu was limiting Origin both creatively and commercially. By Spector's account, it was his own interest in creating a more realistic and historical Ultima game, one that would appeal to a larger and more diverse audience, that resulted in, as he put it, a historical science fiction adventure set in the Victorian era. But whether Spector or Johanigman deserves credit for the original Victorian time travel proposal, it was Spector's Dinosaur Valley idea that would enter production first. Ironically, due to scheduling issues, it was in fact Johanigman who ended up at the helm of Dinosaur Valley, with creative control in the hands of veteran tabletop designer Aaron Alston and Ultima 6 writer Stephen Beeman. Rebranded as The Savage Empire and set for release in late 1990, it was hoped that this first Worlds title would be a modest financial success, occupy die-hard fans as they awaited the release of Ultima 7, and perhaps even attract a new audience to the Ultima franchise, one that had traditionally been repelled by its fantasy setting or complex CRPG gameplay. Yet Savage Empire fell short of these goals, as its production turned out to be far more costly than originally anticipated, and although enjoying generally positive reviews at launch, retail sales were barely half of the false profits. Despite this disappointing start to the series, Origin remained committed to the Worlds brand, with Richard Garriott later stating it was hoped the technical challenges of Savage Empire's development would ease the production of its sequel. It was not immediately clear, however, whether the project originally dubbed Time Travel would adopt the steampunk alt-history outline that had been proposed in the series' formative days. This uncertainty due in part to changes in leadership. After Savage Empire's release in winter 1990, Jeff Johanigman, Aaron Alston, and Stephen Beeman were all moved to other projects, and several new leads were rotated in to commence work on Worlds of Ultima's sequel. Warren Spector would take over as producer, writer and designer Jeff George, another tabletop veteran who had collaborated with Spector on the post-apocalyptic action game Bad Blood, came on as director, and recent Origin hire Mike McShaffrey would soon earn the title of de facto lead programmer. As usual, Richard Garriott would be credited as executive producer, and the title promoted as presented by Lord British, but just as with the first game, Garriott had little direct involvement with the final product. Several members of the Savage Empire team would also be carried over, including many of the artists and world builder Philip Brogden. Yet at the outset of the project, the issue of authorship would once more arise to become the subject of contention. In Through the Moongate, Jeff George recalls that when appointed as design lead on Worlds of Ultima 2, he had come on with his own vision for the game's premise. George had planned for the game to take place not in the past, but in a near-future sci-fi setting, one in which mankind had begun colonizing the solar system, a concept he recalled being heavily inspired by the boom in cyberpunk media that had taken place in the 80s and early 90s. Warren Spector, however, had insisted on the idea either he or Johanigman had originally envisioned, a retro-futurist Victorian adventure showcasing various historical figures from the era. This account of Spector's role in commandeering the game's narrative and aesthetic direction is generally supported by the producer's own recollections. As though frequently acknowledging Jeff George and Mike McShaffrey's contributions, Spector has on various occasions referred to the title as his work or his game, stating in a PC's own interview that the project wouldn't have happened without my initial work. I came up with the basic basic setting and plot and all the historic characters, and worked with the team on a daily basis to implement it. In addition, Spector is recorded in Contato's book as admitting he had been, quote, forcing a team led by Jeff George to indulge me in my mania for all things Victorian, unquote. But from the perspective of the game's director, forcing was the operative word, with George recalling that once his quasi-cyberpunk pitch had been dropped in favour of Spector's Victorian Ensemble scenario, George no longer considered himself a key creative influence on the project. Instead, he was merely a dutiful employee carrying out his producer's vision, helming development on a game that, as George put it, I probably wouldn't have been very interested in playing. Mike McShaffrey, when asked about the aforementioned discrepancies, stated that it was his belief Jeff Johanigman, Warren Spector, and Jeff George all deserved credit for conceptualizing Worlds of Ultima's sequel. Although Spector and the team continued to make revisions to the game throughout its production, the key themes, cast, and general narrative structure of this spacefaring steampunk adventure were now set in stone. Any notion of Worlds of Ultima 2 as a near-future or cyberpunk title was quickly subsumed as the team yielded to Spector's self-described mania for all things Victorian. In contrast to the thrilling colonial fantasies that had inspired Savage Empire, the second title would explore the quasi-scientific space romances of authors like Jules Verne and H.G. Wells, and in place of storybook tropes like square-jawed hunters and Amazonian love interests, Spector instead chose to highlight the real-life personages of the era. Though Spector disavowed the term edutainment, he later stated that he saw the game as both a tool of instruction and a means of drawing what he saw as historical parallels between the late Victorian period and the modern day. Thus, on both an aesthetic and intellectual level, the new title would inform and immerse players in the social, scientific, and artistic climate of the 1890s. And although formal press coverage of the project would not emerge in force for several months, by the end of the year it was already public knowledge that the Worlds of Ultima team were heading to Mars in frock coats and top hats. One preview, dated just prior to Christmas 1990, noted that the Worlds office was strewn with period-appropriate reference material, with a book of 19th century fashion trends open on one desk and a turn-of-the-century Sears catalogue on another. Regardless of how enthusiastic about the era Jeff George or anyone else working on the game had been, there was no escaping that Martian Dreams would be suffused with its producer's fascination with Victoriana. But even after its themes and direction had been set, and the team toiling away in what Mike McShaffrey dubbed the pixel mines, Spector's alleged imposition of his creative will remained a sore point for the game's director. Jeff George notes in Andreas Contato's book that although Spector exerted creative control over the team and had freely wielded it in pursuit of his own vision, as a producer he was also responsible for overseeing several other projects in development at Origin, meaning that, in George's view, once production commenced, Spector was not able to give Martian Dreams his full and undivided attention. And whatever the artistic boundaries that may or may not have been imposed upon Martian Dreams' development, as a Worlds title it was also subject to economic considerations. According to a 2010 interview with Spector, the game had initially been budgeted at approximately $225,000, considerably less than the million or so that was reportedly being poured into Ultima 7's development. And to beat the black gate to the market, Martian Dreams would need to be finished within approximately half a year, targeting sometime around early to mid-1991. Whether venturing to fantastical lost worlds or towards the infinite sea of stars, the scope of a Worlds title was by practical necessity still far more grounded than the aspirations afforded to the mainline Ultimas. Origin's Greg Malone characterized both Savage Empire and Martian Dreams as directed experiences, with the players guided forward through the story, rather than let loose on the world as they had been in Ultima 6. A tacit admission that fans of the freedom they'd enjoyed across the vast ridges and ranges of Britannia should temper their expectations for the Red Planet. Of course, Spector had hoped that Martian Dreams would be a more authentic and realistic sort of CRPG than previous Ultimas, and the colossal carmine surface area of the game's subject matter, whether measured by modern instruments requirements, or those of the 1890s, was hardly going to fit into the scanty space offered by the Ultima 6 engine, let alone support what Malone had called a directed and cinematic experience. The team member responsible for abstracting Mars from the inconvenient reality of its true-to-life dimensions was Philip Brogden, who began by consulting NASA archives for maps of the planet. These were first printed off and traced over to add the infamous Martian Canals, once espied by certain 19th century astronomers, and then resized and revised by the team over the course of development, in order to chart a plausible but practical world space for the game. But crafting a workable product required more than a change in scenery. The Ultima 6 engine, as the Savage Empire team had learned several months prior, was not easily adapted to scenarios outside its original outing. Richard Garriott would later state that it was a mistake to try and differentiate between the engine powering the false prophet and the game itself. Ultima 6 was its engine, and extracting one from the other was not an easy process. Several programmers were tasked with facilitating the transformation of Britannia to Barsoom, but Warren Spector would single out Mike McShaffrey for his contributions to Martian Dreams development, saying that the game would not have happened without him. Among McShaffrey's duties were helping to incorporate features like a functioning rail system and the ability to dig up the planet's surface, but he would also struggle with recurrent bugs inherent to the Ultima 6 engine. The most notorious of these to manifest during Martian Dreams development was dubbed the barge bug, linked to the code that had allowed Origin to implement various forms of transport into the engine, but that was also prone to data corruption. The bug in question would cause the canal-going Martian rafts, and their occupants, to spontaneously explode, followed by a crash if the player attempted to move. The team's programmers had attempted to fix this issue on no less than 4 separate occasions, and after the 4th attempt were none too pleased to receive yet another note from Origin's QA department reporting its reoccurrence. McShaffrey's own reaction to the news recorded in a contemporaneous sketch by Ultima cover artist Denis Loubet. Spectacular and often comedic disasters of this nature had the incidental effect of diffusing tension among a team working under the pressure of a tight deadline. 100-hour work weeks were not unknown at Origin, and Martian Dreams development was no exception. From the tone of his book, and in interviews conducted around a decade after his time at the company, McShaffrey seemed relatively unaffected by what had been by industry standards fairly unexceptional working conditions. But when reached out to by email, his memories of the work culture at Origin Systems and its peers had taken a more negative turn. Although McShaffrey averred that he was very proud of his time at Origin, not to mention enormously grateful for the opportunity to make his start at the same company that had defined his youth, he nevertheless criticised the normalisation of what he called horrible conditions for developers, stressing that the work culture at Garriott's company was by no means an outlier in the industry. McShaffrey recalls seeing virtually nothing of his wife during the long months of Martian Dreams production, and argued that these difficult circumstances, which had existed at Origin before any of the worlds of Ultima, and would endure long after them, had been an unreasonable burden on both Origin's staff and their families. Of course, pragmatically speaking, the sacrifices made by the Worlds of Ultima team were to pay off, as by early 1991 they had made enough leeway on the game that Origin were able to debut Martian Dreams to the public. Previews revealed the extent of the progress the team had made in such a short space of time, ranging from the new art style to details of the game's narrative and new cast. A rogues gallery of the numerous NPCs that the player would encounter or adventure with was also available, mostly historical figures, but also including, as was a staple with Ultima titles, the occasional Origin employee. Warren Spector recalls that at the Consumer Electronics show held in January of that year, the press seemed especially interested in the return of one Johann Spector, who had been the antagonist of the original Worlds of Ultima. Japanese visitors, Spector notes with some embarrassment, were particularly insistent on snapping pics of the producer alongside his digital doppelganger. This time, however, Spector's bespectacled alter ego would be incarnated in an even more lifelike form than that of his first appearance in the series. Although there was nothing new about Origin staff cameoing in their own games, the Worlds of Ultima team went a step further when creating Martian Dreams' lengthy animated introductory cinematic. Artists at the company had been experimenting with various rotoscoping techniques, and several team members were used to record live-action footage of the game's cast. Mike McShaffrey, for example, would play the role of inventor inventor Nikola Tesla. And it was Origin's focus on these real-life figures, its pivot away from Garriotonian fantasy and towards historicity, that surprised and delighted many journalists. Martian Dreams' fusion of Victoria and Verne, a premise Origin joked that they had dubbed steampunk, was described by Ace magazine as possibly the most exciting and imaginative scenario ever devised for a game, whilst Computer Gaming World predicted that CRPG players interested in history would be mesmerized by the upcoming title. Not everyone was as convinced of the game's originality, though. In their CES report, Strategy Plus observed that Martian Dreams' premise sounded remarkably similar to that of Paragon Software's Space 1889, another steampunk CRPG released the year prior that was based on a pen and paper game of the same name. And Origin were, understandably, not entirely frank in contextualizing the second Worlds of Ultima. In promotional material, Savage Empire was described as having been a best-selling hit, a rather brave face to put on the first game's true sales figures. It was an indication, though, that Origin still had faith in the Worlds brand. The company had signed agreements with their partners in Northeast Asia, Pony Canyon and FCI, to develop conversions of both Worlds of Ultima to the Super NES and various Japanese home computer systems, and Origin promised that ports to the Amiga and CD-TV were also on the way. Furthermore, in one preview, Jeff George insisted that a third Worlds title was already in the planning stage, though the team hadn't yet decided on its setting. The chances of entering production on a third game, however, were dependent on the team shipping Martian Dreams by May of 1991. In the May edition of Origin's internal newsletter, the company noted that heavy work was being put into ensuring the title graduated from beta status, claiming that in the event Martian Dreams missed its ship date, Warren Spector would be forced to shave off his beard. And thanks to the feverish work of the Worlds of Ultima team, by the end of the month, Martian Dreams was primed for liftoff, its producer's prodigious facial hair as safe and pristine as ever. In the June issue of the newsletter, Origin president Robert Garriott extended his personal thanks to the team for their outstanding effort in meeting their deadline, claiming they had ensured the company was able to, quote, keep on track regarding sales and cash flow. But based on later statements by the game's producer, by the time of Martian Dreams' ship date, there were already signs that the economics of Savage Empire's sequel were as shaky as the first game's. Spector has claimed on two separate occasions that by the end of development, Worlds of Ultima 2 had climbed from its original assigned budget of $225,000 to $273,000, hardly conducive to the company's stated aim of saving money by reusing Ultima 6's engine, and for which, Spector claims, he was, quote, reamed by the VP of Product Development, unquote.
Who will not be coming to this class.
When questioned on this, Mike McShaffrey, who does not recall witnessing any reamings during his time at Origin, suggested that even the latter figure sounded exceptionally low considering the average salaries of the day, speculating that Martian Dreams' total development cost was likely around twice that. Whether Spector's numbers are accurate or not, in recent years Richard Garriott has repeatedly confirmed that, like the first Worlds of Ultima, Martian Dreams' final production costs vastly exceeded Origin's original projections. By summer 1991, Savage Empire's sequel had thus already failed to remedy its first major shortcoming, the inflated budget, and Martian Dreams' only hope lay in significantly improving upon the original's sales. And there were certainly some promising signs upon the game's launch. Review scores were broadly positive, highlighting Martian Dreams' originality and even its educational value as a tool for teaching history, prompting Computer Gaming World to joke, "Move over, Carmen Sandiego." And despite the project's origins as a low-risk, cost-saving entry in the franchise, reviewers did not view the game as lazy or lacking in ambition. With one or two exceptions, most journalists were happy to see Worlds of Ultima yet again recycle Ultima 6's mechanics and control scheme, which was still considered more intuitive and accessible than many rival titles. PC Review went so far as to characterize Martian Dreams as a symbolic representation of the progress made by CRPGs since the 70s and 80s. To illustrate how far far the genre had come from, in their view, the tedium of obtuse, stat-heavy dungeon crawlers. The corollary of this was that several reviewers felt Ultima was drifting closer to an adventure game than a role-playing experience, but the most common thread of criticism was a technical one. A necessary byproduct of moving to the Ultima 6 engine had been a significant increase in hardware requirements, and Martian Dreams was more demanding than both the False Prophet and Savage Empire in this regard, with Roger Stewart characterizing Origin as having become as vast, cool, and unsympathetic to gamers on a budget as the higher intelligences of H.G. Wells's tales. Even so, with scores typically hovering around the 80 or 90 range, it was no great shock that Martian Dreams found its way onto several top 10 lists for 1991, eventually making it to second place in Computer Gaming World's RPG of the Year, having unsurprisingly lost out to New World Computing's much-anticipated Might and Magic 3. But Origin could not pay its employees in industry kudos. Savage Empire had also reviewed well, and it was sales figures that were the most important measure by which to judge the game's success. Although Martian Dreams did briefly work its way up the retail charts in several countries, reaching third place for July according to one metric, it's widely acknowledged that Worlds of Ultima 2 turned out to be just as big a financial letdown as the first game. Although Origin and their partners would go on to release the previously agreed home computer and console versions of Savage Empire for the Japanese market, any and all Martian Dreams ports were discontinued, meaning that, technically speaking, the Super Nintendo remake of the original Worlds of Ultima was the last product branded with the Worlds label. Both Warren Spector and Richard Garriott would later characterize the Worlds of Ultima series as having definitively failed to meet any of its practical goals. It had gone over budget, sold poorly, and despite critical approval, been unable to attract a new audience to the Ultima brand as a whole. A year later, the company newsletter formally announced that the Worlds line had been discontinued, unless, or until, a better angle had been found. The latter clause was an acknowledgement that Origin had not completely abandoned the idea of further Ultima spin-offs, one of which was released the very same month. For whilst Warren Spector had been overseeing the development of Martian Dreams, Jeff Johanigman had, among his other duties, been acting as Origin's liaison to Blue Sky Productions. After Johanigman's departure from Origin, Spector would take over as producer on the project, which was released in March 1992 as Ultima Underworld: The Stygian Abyss. And though Underworld was in neither name nor spirit a Worlds title, at least one more serious attempt was made at restarting the series, as originally planned, on the Ultima 7 engine. Warren Spector has referred to this third effort as Arthurian Legends, stating it was meant to be a faithful rendition of the Camelot myths to home computer. Origin's Sherry Grainer Ray, however, has downplayed Spector's claim that this project was meant to be a Worlds title. Grainer recalls that she and another employee, Brian Martin, had originally pitched the concept to Spector, who then advocated basing the game around choosing from one of the fabled Knights of the Round Table and playing through their adventures. Echoing discussions that had taken place during the development of the first Worlds of Ultima, Grainer claims to have pushed back against Spector's wishes, arguing that being forced to choose from a selection of pre-generated and exclusively male protagonists would alienate Ultima fans, and the title was instead greenlit as a more traditional CRPG in which the player would aid said knights in their respective quests. Whether as a Worlds title or not, Grainer and Spector agree that Arthurian Legends was formally in production for some time, but going by Grainer's account, the team were gradually siphoned off to work on more important endeavours, and this Arthur in Ultima title was cancelled. But even after the formal burial of the Worlds brand in early 1992 and the cancellation of Arthurian Legends, Origin continued to mull over the prospect of in-engine spin-offs. In the official Ultima strategy guide, for example, Richard Garriott suggested that Ultima 8's conclusion could lead the Avatar on further extra-dimensional excursions, citing as one possibility an adventure taking place to the backdrop of Olympian mythology. One such aborted spin-off title, a pirate-themed add-on originally helmed by Jeff George, would be resurrected in 1993 as an entry in the mainline Ultima series, the Ultima 7 interquel Serpent Isle. But to Martian Dreams, time was a harsher mistress. The accolades it had won back in 1991 were quickly forgotten, and both it and Savage Empire were soon relegated to the back pages of Origin's product catalogues. In addition, the troubled development of Ultimas 8 and 9 led to the company's new owners, Electronic Arts, eventually cracking down on what they perceived to be a wasteful and fiscally irresponsible subsidiary. With development costs increasing and their corporate overseers wary of further risks, Origin had little interest in pursuing spin-offs in the vein of the Worlds series, let alone preserving the original duology. It was common practice for later Ultima compilations to omit the Worlds games, and, lacking the historic importance and cult status of the Underworld series, neither entry was able to persevere in the public imagination. Both Savage Empire and Martian Dreams became difficult titles to acquire as the PC gaming industry entered the 21st century, and did not attract any further notice until their appearance on Good Old Games in 2012. Warren Spector has since stated that of all the games he's worked on over the course of his career, Martian Dreams remains his favourite, and has repeatedly expressed an interest in revisiting the idea of a Victorian CRPG, though concedes that this wish will likely remain unfulfilled. Jeff George's memories of both the production and Spector's role in it are far less romantic, owing to his experience, as he characterises it in Through the Moongate, working 50 to 80 hours a week on a project that was not his passion, but Spector's. George cites Martian Dreams as a foretelling of the industry's shift away from what he refers to as auteurs, and towards larger professional teams, increasingly managed by and enthralled to a producer. As George puts it in Andrea's Contato's book, working on this project made me realise that with the direction the games industry was going, the people actually doing the creative work on a game were not the people with creative control, a frustration that would drive me entirely out of the industry a year or two later. And Mike McShaffrey's view of the game's legacy is somewhat Apollonian, musing that its production was a highly stressful and unhealthy period in his life, but that he did, at least, get the opportunity to be immortalised as a 256 colour Nikola Tesla. Let's end the story of Martian Dreams' development on that note then, and shuffle on to the game itself. We'll have a look at the specifics of the control scheme and basic mechanics, the general flow of the exploration and quest design, and finally how it plays as a hybrid CRPG adventure experience in the context of its time. And so, as Monsieur Ardan might have said under other circumstances, adieu to Earth, and onwards to Mars. Players begin Martian Dreams in 1895, already en route to the Red Planet, their mission being to rescue the several dozen artists, intellectuals, academics, industrialists, and other individuals of note who were stranded on Mars after the crash landing of the first expedition 2 years prior. But before actually starting their adventure, the player will need to set the protagonist's sex and stats. In a callback to the gypsies and witch doctors of the earlier games, character generation takes the form of having the player interrogated by famed father of psychoanalysis Sigmund Freud, who determines the avatar's characteristics based on how they respond to questions like whether they feel closer to their mother or father, how they would act in certain provocative scenarios, and so on. Freud will then make his final judgment as to whether the avatar is male or female, and the distribution of points across their strength, dexterity, and intelligence. Strength determines the player's carry weight and damage done with blunt weapons. Dexterity influences their speed and proficiency in other melee and ranged weapon types, whilst intelligence is downgraded in importance from earlier titles, as it only affects the duration of special drug-induced abilities acquired later in the game. Once the avatar's details have been finalised, players can watch a brief intro, which ends with them landing on Mars and taking control of the hero. The metal cab in which they start serves as a short tutorial. Before venturing outside, players need to quiz the other members of the expedition as to what might await them, gather some survival gear, and work out how to pop the jammed safety hatch that confines them to their current surroundings. The controls and basic mechanics of Martian Dreams are more or less identical to those of Ultima 6 and Savage Empire, Empire. The world itself is both tile and turn-based, so the player, via keyboard or mouse, can use their turn to pass, perform an action, or advance in one of 8 directions. Possible actions include picking up or disencumbering oneself of items in the inventory or environment, using items or applying them to another item, moving objects either around the map or between party members, looking at props or people, and attacking or speaking to NPCs. As usual, person-to-person interaction involves typing out keywords or following up on any phrases highlighted in that character's dialogue box. Most NPCs will respond to common words like name or job, usually giving clues in their responses to these as to what other facts they might be privy to, and may also react to mention of other important items or locations, or more specific information relevant to their role or interests. The avatar's starting companions, for example, have some generalized knowledge about Mars and the expedition's predicament, but Dr. Warren Spector is more likely to be familiar with scientific matters, whilst Miss Nellie Bly will periodically record important information about the party's mission in her notebook, thus serving as something of a fashionably behatted quest journal. Within the expeditionary cab, certain NPCs also provide practical services to the party. One of the most important is Dr. C.L. Blood, who explains the importance of oxygen on Mars. Due to the thin air, the party will suffer stat debuffs as they explore the planet, unless carrying oxium pills, which are automatically consumed in order to temporarily stave off the effects of oxygen deprivation. In addition, Blood will occasionally furnish the group with oxygen canisters, which can be used to revive fallen party members, and should the avatar himself succumb to violence, he'll awaken back at the craft, minus some experience, under Dr. Blood's care. Of more immediate concern to the party, though, are 2 other allies, inventor Nikola Tesla and the eminently practical Dallas Garrett. Tesla has elevated himself to the status of doorman, and directs the avatar to appeal to Mr. Garrett for tools and gear before they try to leave the craft. Garrett is slightly less miserly than his real-life counterpart, and can be persuaded to part with a crowbar. He then recommends raiding the crates in the cargo compartment for other useful equipment. This sequence introduces the player to the concept of applying tools to objects in the environment, using the crowbar on a door, or to remove the nails securing the top of the crates. And inside the crates are a wealth of similarly practical and in some cases plot-critical items, including a whole range of seemingly mundane tools like hammers and wrenches and tinderboxes and lanterns and lamp oil and so forth. Many of these seemingly irrelevant items are in fact necessary for the completion of Martian Dreams' many puzzles, which frequently involve manipulating machinery, handling dangerous substances, loosening nuts and bolts, and many other odd jobs around the map. Unfortunately, there are so many of these tools that it would be impossible to carry every single possible item of use, so the avatar will have to make an educated guess as to which tools they want to keep at hand and which they should store in crates and make a note of for later. For the most part, all these tools are present in other locations around Mars, if not necessarily at the player's convenience, though there are a few especially important items to be found in the starting location. One is a sextant, which can be used to establish the party's exact location. This is crucial information to know, as Martian Dreams does not feature an auto map, and the player must instead follow coordinates given to them by NPCs or found in written documents. Another important item is the tent, which is the party's only means of resting, necessary for regenerating hit points or leveling up. Another use for the tent is keeping warm at night time. Whilst in Savage Empire, nights merely brought the inconvenience of reduced visibility, on Mars they also signal the onset of sub-zero temperatures that will drain the party's hit points. One means of mitigating this is to acquire heavier clothing, which will also reduce damage in combat, but ideally the player never wants to be caught out at midnight, so they should ensure they don't lose their trusty tent. Once the player feels they and their companions are suitably armed and equipped for planetary exploration, Tesla will make one last demand: to consult the game's supplemental material for the answer to a copy protection challenge, and having been satisfied, will then allow the party to open the escape hatch. At this point, the party are technically free to head in any direction they wish, perhaps scanning their physical map for potential points points of interest, but there are a few factors that should discourage this. The first is that alt-history Mars, though not quite as lifeless as the surface of the real Red Planet, is nevertheless not as heavily populated as Britannia or Eoden. There are very few inhabited settlements, limited opportunities to trade, and even in areas of note, the player may not have any indication of what to do or how anything in the vicinity would be of use to them. Secondly, navigation around Mars is limited geographically by both natural barriers like mountainous terrains and artificial obstacles in the form of the colossal waterways built by the planet's former inhabitants. And thirdly, the party is subjected to less predictable dangers than Mars's weather or atmospheric conditions. Giant worms and plantimals, the long-transformed flora and fauna of the planet, are more often than not aggressively hostile towards human life. Vicious air squid float across the landscape in search of prey. Hordes of jumping beans spill out of the abandoned gardens of their lost progenitors, vine-like creepers spawn upon the Martian plains, and many other unsavory life forms stalk the dry rocks and treacherous sands of Herdesha. Combating these creatures is as straightforward as in Savage Empire. The player equips a weapon and manually selects a target for every free action they have available, whilst entering combat mode causes the party to attack automatically, depending on how their AI is set in the inventory screen. Although isolated fights are not especially dangerous or tactically demanding, enemies tend to appear in greater numbers than in Savage Empire, and in most cases will respawn each time the player revisits that specific location, so the party's hit points and ammunition are constantly at risk all the time they're wandering outside secure areas like the expedition cab, and even in the starting areas, wandering into more dangerous enemies like giant oxium-sapping leeches or planthers on the hunt is always a possibility. For all the aforementioned reasons, it's therefore advisable the Avatar take the advice of their allies and focus on their stated goals, starting with travelling to the crash site of the ill-fated 1893 expedition. There they'll find their newest companion waiting for them, British cavalry officer Lieutenant Dibbs, who fills the party in on the events that transpired after the first expedition arrived on Mars. Dibbs explains that the majority of the survivors can be found spread out across 3 of the old Martian cities, Olympus, Elysium, and Argyre, with the Olympians focused on building a new space cannon, the Elysians struck by some strange mass psychosis, and the inhabitants of Argyre engaged in some secretive endeavour involving Martian technology. In addition, a handful of explorers and adventurers have struck out on their own to a variety of other locations across Mars, most notably a small band of traders and prospectors installed near Arsia Mons to the northeast of the space cab. The player now has a very broad outline of their main objective on Mars: gain access to Olympus and the unfinished space cannon, find some way to cure the afflicted Elysians, investigate the activities of the furtive Argyrians, and find a way home. However, Dibbs informs the party that, based on his own reconnoitering, the first port of call should be the trading post at Arsia Mons, as it lies along the only available route to reaching the 3 cities. At the trading post, the party meet the entrepreneurial Buffalo Bill and Calamity Jane, who reveal that due to the disappearance of their companion, the miner Kuta, they have very little stock available, and as a result of Kuta's centrality to the fledgling Martian economy, it's unlikely any of the other traders on Mars will have much to offer either. Rescuing Kuta thus becomes a pressing concern for both the party and the rest of Mars's human inhabitants, so the player will probably want to head east in search of the miner, crossing one of the few extended canal bridges and entering the twisting passages of Noctis Labyrinthus. Locating Kuta will further strain the party's dwindling supplies, as they'll doubtless run into a few dead ends, perhaps to be ambushed by deadly sand trappers, and find themselves braving the darkness of the Noctis caverns, where maintaining their lamplight is the least of their concerns. But should the Avatar manage to fight his way to Kuta, he'll be rewarded with the coordinates for numerous supply caches the prospector has buried around Mars, as well as the location of what Kuta dubs a motherlode of oxium, which lies inside a malfunctioning Martian power plant. Kuta also informs the party of the location of another band of prospectors, and warns them to be wary of Argyre, revealing that the group based out of the 3rd city have turned to banditry against the other survivors. After rescuing Kuta, the player will probably want to return to the trading post or follow Kuta's direction to other places of interest, such as the stashes or power plant. At some point, however, they'll visit the nearby city of Olympus, only to be refused entry by its paranoid inhabitants. The Olympians must be asked for an unsigned affidavit, and will demand the party prove they are of sound mind and character by acquiring the written endorsements of Kuta's aforementioned colleagues, the prospectors Yellin, Sherman, and Dupre. Unfortunately, the trio have not been heard from since their excursion to the mines of Syrtis Major, which lies quite a distance away, and resolving the troubles at Elysium or Argyre will be no less challenging than gaining access to the first city. The faction at Elysium do indeed appear to have lost their minds, claiming that they are the dead Martians of the planet's bygone age, and will henceforth puppeteer the bodies of the expeditionary members, unless, that is, some means of restoring their original forms can be found. The Argyrians, meanwhile, have fortified their city and refuse entry to any of the other survivors, whilst several critical locations across Mars remain inaccessible due to the breakdown or sabotage of the power sources supporting the planet's infrastructure. Determining how to fix these ancient yet highly advanced technologies is not always clear, but some advice can be gleaned from the devices themselves, for many of the mechanical servitors of the Martians remain in service, and though one or two of the most rigid-minded types view the party as hostiles, others will converse with the Avatar, sometimes conventionally, but sometimes with the aid of the curious native berries, which can grant powers ranging from intercourse with Martian machinery to improved combat skills. Unfortunately, re-energizing the artifice of Mars may require more than a bit of lamp oil or a few strikes with a hammer. It may need to be fitted with precious gemstones, or even fed the power of a mysterious new element that one young Olympian lady has christened radium. The player thus find themselves faced with a nigh insurmountable number of issues to resolve in pursuit of recontacting and reconciling the survivors of the first expedition, to say nothing of the endeavours involved in constructing a new space cannon to effect escape from the planet. Victories of diplomacy, engineering, and even xeno-agriculture will be demanded of the Avatar, sending them to almost every corner of the red globe. But the physical distances they travel pale in comparison to the journeys they will undertake in their mind. Central to the plight of the Elysians, and unbeknownst to them, to every man and woman on the planet, are the mysterious dream machines. To secure access to one of these is a feat in itself, but the devices themselves present to the player an even more radical array of challenges to overcome. Dream machines transform both the conscious and subconscious emanations of the brain into form and matter, meaning that imagination, emotion, memory, and intent manifest as exotic environments and impossible scenarios. Many of the expeditionary members are trapped in metaphysical prisons of their own making, and can only be freed via the ingenuity of the Avatar. To liberate the consciousness of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, for example, the player must assist in solving the conundrum of the equal redistribution of resources, whilst soothing the mind of botanist George Washington Carver requires navigating rooms full of walking trees and protecting seedlings from ravenous rockworms. The size and content of each pocket reality varies, with some heavily oriented to combat, others to exploration, but in general most involve solving puzzles of some sort, whether of logic or resource management or whatnot, and many revolve around the use of dream stuff, a kaleidoscopic powder that can be willed into the form of weapons, clothing, or other useful and not so useful items. But the dream worlds, though potentially demanding on the player's no doubt considerable cognitive reserves, are at least almost entirely self-contained challenges, whereas back in the physical plane, many of the puzzles are multi-staged and often linked to multiple people or locations. The player's progress through Martian Dreams campaign will therefore inevitably involve a fair bit of backtracking. At the distant poles of Mars, for example, are 3 defective devices that can only be fixed by, at the very least, first visiting the devices to retrieve the faulty components, followed by a visit to the cities to have them fixed by specialists, and then a return trip to install the new parts. And this is assuming that the party happen to already be carrying each of the generic tools and resources required for this puzzle. Other quests might insist on repeated trips to the same NPC, or venturing into the depths of Byzantine pseudo-dungeons to retrieve a specific item. Although these excursions can become less onerous as the player restores the old Martian transport system to working order, this in turn can lead to even more complex tasks, such as a quest that requires fixing the Martian rail system and conveying a minecart out of a mountain, onto a barge, and down the canals to its new home. And errors in the execution of these can cause further inconvenience, such as bringing the wrong class of tool, the wrong type of hammer for example, or accidentally consuming or misusing a resource, requiring another trip to go find another. In most cases there are multiple copies of quest-related items found across the map, though rarity varies. Some might be found in bulk in any populated area, others might be found only in a distant Martian ruin. However, there are also unique quest items for which there are no replacements, so players should be extremely careful not to retrieve but then discard items that seem as if they might be the only one of their kind. As in Ultima 6 and Savage Empire, items randomly dropped on the floor somewhere may vanish from the game once the player leaves the area. Although this can result in the party's inventory becoming bloated for fear of losing a critical item, they can be assured that there is an extremely good chance the unique item they're holding onto is important to finishing the game. Martian Dreams has very few optional side quests, and after the opening, the party's armaments are not upgraded with much regularity, so players can typically focus on holding on to what they think might be items mandatory to their progression. The result of this puzzle-centric and often interlocking quest design is that Martian Dreams, though a directed experience that focuses on the main quest rather than Ultima 6-esque freeform exploration, does not mandate a single linear path through the tasks that make up the main quest. Players will probably be working on multiple sub-quests at any one time, and Nellie Bly's notes are used more as a broad reminder of the player's current goal rather than a blueprint for how to achieve them. To understand exactly what they should be doing, players may be consulting numerous NPCs not mandatory to the completion of that quest, or interrogating machinery to gain a better understanding of their requirements. Moreover, with the exception of the very last stage of the campaign, Martian Dreams does not share Savage Empire's more traditionalist structure, in which certain quest lines climax in major combat encounters and an appropriate increase in difficulty. Although some enemies and areas in Martian Dreams are more dangerous than others, the order and frequency with which different players encounter these challenges is not fixed. This makes calculating the length of Martian Dreams' campaign a little tough due to how much time could be spent travelling, investigating alternative solutions, heading to the wrong location and back, saving time due to putting off several tasks related to a specific area, and so forth. Thus, although there is some degree of gating to Martian Dreams, overall the player's goal is not to follow a central quest line, but to view the end goal of escaping Mars as the sum of many moving parts spread equally across the map, all of which need to be achieved in order to trigger the final event. This concluding step takes the form of one last visit to the city of Argyre, an elongated gauntlet of dream world puzzles, and the subsequent retrieval of the materials necessary to bring the story of the expedition to its long-awaited conclusion. In their marketing for Martian Dreams, Origin were keen to emphasise that the game was a, quote, fact-filled fantasy adventure, promoting over all else the setting and narrative, the mysteries to be solved, the exotic people and places players will encounter, and almost as an afterthought, the combat. In the most contemporaneous advertisements, in fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find direct references to its gameplay at all. Full-page promos spoke only of its narrative and artistic value. This was, up to a point, only a continuation of the same message communicated by Savage Empire's marketing, but the first game was characterised as being equally tuned towards interaction and excitement, not just an encyclopedia of late 19th century notables. Still, although it's impossible to deny that Martian Dreams always had aspirations towards being a sort of gaslight proto-Encarta, and we'll take some time to appreciate that side of it later in the video, I think that the gameplay mechanics of Worlds of Adventure 2 do deserve some thought, even if those elements have been downplayed by both critics and by Warren Spector himself. As to what type of gameplay we're talking about, well, the strange blend of CRPG and point-and-click adventure pioneered in Savage Empire is once again present in Martian Dreams. I don't think anyone has questioned the wisdom of labelling the Worlds of Ultima games as role-playing adventures rather than traditional role-playing games, though retrospectives done by modern commentators, like the CRPG Addict or Digital Antiquarian, have slightly different takes on the virtues of this approach. None of them have disputed the basic premise put forward by reviewers in 1991, that Mars was not a haven for hardcore CRPG fans. On a surface level, this is for the same reasons as the previous Worlds of Ultima. Character customization is minimal, being limited to just 3 stats, which in turn influence very little other than carry weight and combat damage, and the only opportunities for development are picking which of these to increase when you level up. Compare this to something like Space 1889, where, in the vein of more traditional CRPGs, the player can generate their own party, allowing them to modify several different attributes and choose their character's career paths, both of which in turn influence their skills in everything from close combat to riding to eloquence to their proficiency in foreign languages. Of course, stats had already been simplified in Ultima 6 and further streamlined in Savage Empire by limiting magic to a single character and thus further devaluing intelligence. The reason Martian Dreams can be said to go a little further is because the psychic magic, such as it is even less relevant than the shamanic charms used in the poisonous jungles of Eoden. Although the manual claims that intelligence influences the party's handling of shotguns, the official cluebook simply instructs the player to keep any AoE weapons out of the hands of their companions, which I assume is an admission the effect of int on weapon usage is either very minor or not actually working at all. Still, it's not fair to focus solely on stats. Some of the CRPG experience is found in equipping, managing, and fighting alongside the party, and at first Martian Dreams seems similar to Savage Empire, with lots of different weapons and armor types to consider with respect to party composition, resource management, and environmental dangers like cold and atmosphere. How relevant those factors remain is something we'll come back to, but we can say there's at least a small spark of the classic Ultima experience evident at the start of the game. The real focus, though, is the adventure aspects of gameplay, in particular the problem-solving side of things. It's interesting that a couple of different reviews complained that the game's pseudo-tutorial, getting out of the space bullet, took too long, suggesting it would, at best, filter more casual players who hadn't realised they'd strapped in for a puzzle game. I guess that even Ultima fans might be surprised by the change in pace. Savage Empire only briefly detained the avatar after character creation. They could wander out of the village and in a random direction almost immediately after closing the dialogue box. Martian Dreams, on the other hand, basically states point blank that you're not leaving until you've spoken to specific characters, grabbed some key items, and demonstrated your prowess with a crowbar. It never registered to me whilst playing that anyone would be bothered by this, but perhaps Origin hadn't properly communicated to critics and consumers that Martian Dreams was, as Scorpia had put it, more King's Quest than Ultima. Scorpia's criticisms are worth commenting on because I think they highlight some of the benefits and drawbacks of using the Ultima framework, even at its most skeletal, as a basis for a puzzle-driven adventure game. This point came up in the Savage Empire video, but I think it needs to be emphasized again because, and I diverge a bit from some other retrospectives here, Martian Dreams is, in my opinion, much denser in puzzles than the first game. I noticed that some reviewers argued Escaping Mars doesn't feature any interactions as complex as, say, the process of crafting rifles or grenades in the Valley of Eoden. And that's true, but those activities weren't typical of what was required for progression in Savage Empire. Quests in the first game were more commonly go here, talk to this person, go there, get that item, and so on. The majority of crafting activities in the game were entirely optional. But in Martian Dreams, a typical quest is much more likely to require having a specific item or using tools to manipulate something in the environment, just as in the opening scene in the Space Bullet. Moreover, even that short sequence is only representative of the basic mechanics of the game's puzzles, not the reality of their implementation across the rest of the game. Solving the conundrum of the metal cab only required wandering around a small, confined space, but the moment you leave the expedition camp, you're embarking on a quest that involves puzzles spread all over the map. One subquest might involve going to the far north, then the southeast, then into a cave, then to a city, and so on, and that's if you actually know what you're doing. Imagine it as dumping out a jigsaw onto the carpet of your home, but then your cats steal half the pieces, run outside, and distribute them all over the neighbourhood. One of Scorpia's complaints that's often repeated in modern retrospectives was that a large game world full of puzzles, by necessity involving constant back and forth between different people and places, was made doubly tiresome by having to manually input each and every step the avatar took. It's a fair comment, you can hold down the movement keys, but you'll keep running into stuff. And a reminder that traditional point-and-click adventures didn't necessarily have a game world in the CRPG sense, but rather a collection of scenes, all of which the player was visiting for a reason. Although I'm sure everyone who played such titles has a few traumatic memories of spending hours running to and fro to figure out a particularly obtuse challenge, there was in this design an inherent narrowing of scope. There were only so many areas, items, and NPCs to interact with. But just as in Savage Empire, with Worlds of Adventure Adventure 2, you have an entire planet as your arena. Now, Scorpia's issues seem to be primarily the physiological costs of perambulating around an entire world. She suggested that Martian Dreams should not have utilised the Ultima 6 control scheme at all, that it should have adopted something closer to a traditional point-and-click system, such as the auto-move command found in Sierra titles. I doubt if that would have been feasible, although I probably should have asked McShaffrey about it as a thought experiment. And anyway, I think it's less important than the implications for puzzle design. Traditional point-and-click games generally had a hard limit on the possible solutions to a puzzle, but in Martian Dreams this isn't, practically speaking, true. The avatar can steal everything not nailed down, interact with, and via drugs, even speak to a great variety of instruments and devices, and harass several dozen NPCs spread liberally across the landscape like cheap, under-churned American butter. A factor that I speculated might have infuriated more casual players in Savage Empire, having to manage the avalanche of inventory items, is intensified on Mars due to how much more likely it is that you'll need a lot of those items, without knowing when or where. In the Savage Empire video, I compared the adventure mechanics to something lightweight like the Zelda games, in the sense that an item you needed to advance the main quest was often more like a glorified kind of key. You poked around in your backpack, picked it out, and applied it to unlock something. But on Mars, to mutilate this awful metaphor even further, you don't just need the key, you also need to learn from someone how to turn it in the keyhole, and finally figure out how to jiggle it about properly. Encountering a difficult puzzle can be more problematic in Martian Dreams than either a traditional point-and-clicker or the first worlds of Ultima, because there are so many different items or environmental props it could be related to, and clues as to how to solve it could, hypothetically, come from anyone on the planet. Now, if you've played the game, you'll know this is actually mitigated by a couple of factors. First, on average, the puzzles are nowhere near as difficult as those of a regular point-and-click title. In most cases, obvious clues as to what you should be doing are communicated by either NPCs directly related to the quest or in-game feedback. Second, whereas classic adventure games were notoriously and often illogically strict when it came to which specific items could be combined to form a viable solution, a lot of tools in Martian Dreams are multifunctional. When a puzzle requires a hammer, for example, it will usually accept several different types of hammer. Unfortunately, in a game world that, by adventure game standards, is so vast and so full of possibilities, it's inevitable that the average player will eventually find themselves stuck. Articles from 1991 are full of such references, and if we look a bit deeper, we can see in the Worlds of Ultima team's own internal documentation from around spring 1991, several cases of whoever was taking notes being a bit unclear on why the solution to a puzzle could only be effected with one particular item but not another item that had a seemingly identical function. And an especially telling revelation comes from Origin's newsletter, which in its August edition warns that their customer service lines were frequented by Martian Dreams fans who had been undone by the requirement that they input a specific dialogue query not once, as was the standard, but twice. Such anecdotes highlight a common problem in these sorts of games, wherein players are conditioned to accept that things are supposed to be done one way, but then deviates from this unwritten rule without telling them. Pertaining to modern players, I saw the same complaint in the CRPG Addict's retrospective playthrough, in which he looked askew at cases of environmental interaction following inconsistent rules of engagement, or activities that had to be executed in a specific and, in his view, unscientific series of steps, or of solutions that, in his opinion, just didn't make any sense. And I myself had a similar and deeply embarrassing experience in an early puzzle due to being unable to figure out how to attach a drill head. There wasn't any particular answer to this problem, I just didn't understand how to apply the control scheme properly. Again, I'm not saying that by trying to implement puzzles into the Ultima engine, Origin invented the issue of getting stuck in adventure games, just that in importing traditional puzzling into what by the genre's standards was an infinitely larger world with an equally daunting increase in the number of interactive options, they may have done an even better job than the first Worlds game in alienating both Ultima and adventure fans. This doesn't mean, as has sometimes been been implied that Martian Dreams prioritized storytelling over real gameplay, just that even back in the early 90s, the extra mechanical complexity involved in using the Force Profits engine may have sabotaged Warren Spector's interest in making the World series more accessible to audiences than already streamlined CRPGs like Ultima. This again brings us all the way back to Scorpia's review from 1991, in which she argues that the whole idea of combining a classic CRPG with a classic adventure game was flawed from the start, because to do so, Origin had to make compromises that undermined the appeal of both genres. In streamlining the CRPG elements, from character creation to combat, the team left role-playing fans with a very shallow experience, and adventure fans with a tedious one. And by inserting point-and-click puzzles into an RPG world, the robe and wizard hat crowd ended up being stopped dead in their tracks by a constant succession of irritating brain teasers, whilst aspiring digital dupons had to endure hours of what Scorpia called pedestrian dreams so as to commute between them. It seems clear from the tone of Scorpia's review that she believes Martian Dreams would have more easily been improved by steering further into the adventure lane than by trying to follow the CRPG route. Although she described the character customization, combat, and exploration as both superfluous and monotonous, Scorpia wasn't dismissing the game as a whole. On the contrary, she was adamant the game's appeal lay in precisely the fact it was an adventure game, rather than one of the many generic hack-and-slash dungeon crawlers crowding the market at that time. Would, then, have Martian Dreams have worked better as a traditional adventure game? I have to admit, my own thoughts strayed that way after playing through it. Sometime later, watching the TV adaptation of Ray Bradbury's The Martian Chronicles, I couldn't help thinking that the scenes of astronauts inspecting the ruined mesas and monuments of Mars were very reminiscent of the pre-rendered point-and-click adventures of the mid-90s. A bit unfair to suggest Origin should have aped a subgenre that didn't even exist in 1991, obviously, but perhaps, as Scorpia implied, Martian Dreams would have been better served as a King's Quest-esque experience. The same year as Worlds of Ultima 2 was released, there were plenty of Sierra-style puzzlers around. Access Software's Martian Memorandum, for example. Considering the behind-the-scenes stuff from earlier, you have to wonder how Jeff George felt about a near-future cyberpunk-themed Martian adventure launching a few months after his game. But I think that to approach Origin's game from this perspective is, as I mentioned earlier, to rob some of its supposedly superfluous CRPG mechanics of their potential value, and why, as we'll soon see, its other earlier contemporary, 1990's Space 1889, is actually a more relevant comparison than point-and-click games. Up to now, we've looked at Martian Dreams through the eyes of the classic adventure enthusiast, viewing the puzzles and environmental interaction as the real meat of the gameplay, and the exploration, combat, statistics, and party management as a mere garnish that's at best decorative and at worst an impediment to true adventurism. The very fact that Martian Dreams takes place in a coherent game world, for example, instead of individual scenes. But as with Savage Empire, I think that this by itself hinted at interesting possibilities for merging adventure and RPG gameplay. Though Warren Spector himself has acknowledged that Martian Dreams had, quote, too much walking, could the act and implications of travelling around Mars have been used as an engaging mechanic? To give a better context to this, let's step back a bit and remind ourselves of why the Avatar's adventure on Mars was structured in the way it was. What Origin intended with Martian Dreams' campaign was, as Greg Malone made clear back in Christmas 1990, less about free-form exploration and providing a large open arena for the player to tackle at their own pace, and more of a directed or guided experience. By modern standards, this might seem an odd way of characterizing Martian Dreams. Today, a game described as directed or cinematic would not dump the player on the surface of a planet and just tell them to go fix stuff. But as Malone pointed out, traditional Ultima titles were designed somewhat like those of a tabletop campaign. Origin would craft, as he put it, a detailed and complete world, towns with their own agriculture and industry and guilds and so forth, and the onus would be on the player to make their way by their own initiative. The world essentially chugged on without them, perhaps not to the standards of what we might call a living world today. This was just before the release of Ultima 7, remember, the game Bethesda's Todd Howard cited as the principal influence on the later Elder Scrolls titles. But still, you could say that in Ultima 6, for example, the world and opportunities it provided received more attention than curating the player's journey through it. But Martian Dreams represents a departure from this, and to a greater degree, I think, than Savage Empire, though how how intentional the reasons for this were, I can't say for sure. Mars is a big place, but compared to the various incarnations of Britannia, there's not a huge amount there that's not related to the main quest. Going off memory, there are a couple of caves, a Martian ruin, a bunker or storehouse type building, and one or two other locations you have no need to visit, and may miss entirely as part of your expedition. The original maps of Mars were reshaped by Origin and then developed and populated in such a way as to tie into the original premise of being stranded on Mars. Exploring the planet was supposed to tie into that, and several mechanics unique to Martian Dreams. Unlike Ultima 6, the party do not need to consume food during their adventure, but they are, in theory, meant to value their supplies of oxium. In Jules Verne's From the Earth to the Moon, the intrepid Monsieur Ardan is asked how he will endure the dangerously rarefied air at his destination, to which he jokes, "I shall do my best to economize, and not to breathe except on grand occasions." You would expect oxygen supplies to be a great treasure on Mars, or at least an indispensable resource that influences the player's decision-making. In the 1898 novel Edison's Conquest of Mars, for example, the invading Earthmen narrowly avoid calamity thanks to the discovery of a stockpile of Martian O2. Similarly, the extreme cold afflicting the planet is meant to influence the party's choice of couture, as only the thickest and most well-insulated garb will spare them from the freezing ravages of nightfall. You could picture a player carefully planning each excursion based on the distance between each location, whether they could reach it before nightfall, how long their oxium will last, and so forth. In-game, a reward for an early quest is the location of some oxium geodes and the burial place of supplies for the previous expedition, and we could imagine a player diverting from the main quest to chase rumours of a cache of higher level equipment that would improve their chances of surviving Mars' deadly atmosphere. The reason none of that works is because neither oxium nor the extreme cold are important enough to affect the player. I completely ignored oxium in the early game, stocked up on it when I happened to run into Geodes or Kuta's mother lode, and basically paid no attention to it for the rest of the main quest, except in cases where it fell right into my lap. Oxygen deficiency isn't debilitating enough to really incentivize you to go wandering off on a side trip. It's a big enough debuff to be annoying, especially when you lose all your supplies of it thanks to those bloody oxium leeches, but not enough to influence your behavior that much. The cold weather, meanwhile, is even more of a non-factor. Characters already begin with some worn clothing, and there's plenty more in the starting cab. You won't find obscenely better protection anywhere else on Mars. Not that it matters all that much anyway, because there's no particular reason for the party to be caught out at nightfall, and even if you are, it's only a problem if, like me, you were stupid enough to lose your tent and need to go buy a replacement. And let's say for the sake of argument, mitigating the cold was an important consideration. It still wouldn't intrude on the player's thinking all that much, since thicker clothing is generally better at resisting cold and resisting regular damage, so there's no element of prioritizing one over the other. It's unfortunate that these two mechanics weren't more important, since the geography and infrastructure of Mars had already been crafted in such a way that planning the party's route from one location to another could have been something that required serious thought, had the survivalist mechanics been synergized with the map design. You could argue that the reason this approach wasn't taken was that it could make the game too challenging, or that it would be boring to have to interrupt the adventure to stop and stare at a map for several minutes. I'm a bit skeptical as to how intentional the first factor was, though, if we take into account mechanics that have the same problem and already existed in Ultima 6 or Savage Empire. Now, it's generally agreed that Martian Dreams is not a challenging game, and that this isn't just due to the oxygen or cold issue, but due to the fact basic combat and party composition don't require much thought either. Much like Savage Empire, the avatar begins with an experience boost and levels up quite quickly, so it's unlikely the player will notice much of a power gap based on stat differences as they advance through the game, and arms and armor are even less of a factor than the first game. I criticized Savage Empire for only having 2 or 3 meaningful equipment tiers, meaning the player only felt like they were getting a major boost in the damage department, for example, when they upgraded from metal to obsidian weapons, when they found firearms, and eventually when they stumbled across anti-Myrmedex devices. Martian Dreams doesn't even have that. The melee weapons you find at the crash site are already good enough to carry you through the entire game, and you can also pick up firearms very quickly. Although a bit later on, the party will start start finding advanced Martian weaponry, this isn't necessary in the slightest. This isn't to say some enemies aren't more dangerous than others. I felt compelled to save bullets for the underground crawls due to the concentration of respawning rockworms and such. Just that there's nowhere near the gulf between enemies' threat rating as there was in Ultima 6 or even Savage Empire, and so in turn there doesn't feel like there's as much need to improve the party's stats and equipment. So coming back to the original point, I would dispute the idea the Martian Dreams team deliberately made Oxium and cold damage such non-issues, as the same lack of meaningful choices applies across the other basic mechanics, indicating it's all a symptom of not having the time to integrate these things properly. If we compare Martian Dreams to Savage Empire again, the first game also did more interesting things with enemy distribution. The most obvious case would be that of the T-Rexes, who were strategically placed at certain points around the map to constitute little puzzles in themselves. Even before you actually acquired a specific quest to neutralize them, you may have had to plan your journey around their positions, taking a slower but safer route, for example. Martian Dreams doesn't really have anything like that. There are a handful of very high-level enemies lurking beneath the dust, but most of them are so out of the way you might not even ever run into them, so they're unlikely to affect your travel plans. And if you're lucky, you can actually kill one with a weaker party anyway. The one time I remember being forced to fight one was in the Dream World, and it was effectively a puzzle, not a typical combat encounter. Similarly, after the T-Rex, arguably the most common causes of unexpected party wipes in Savage Empire were the Myrmideks, swarms of savage, infinitely respawning ant-men. But once again, these weren't just randomly plopped all over the map, they operated out of nests that were consciously placed at coordinates near but not directly blocking important quest-related areas, so they encouraged the player to sometimes re-evaluate the route they were taking and consider alternatives. The closest parallel in Martian Dreams is rather ridiculously sentient cacti, who spawn in large numbers and can easily catch and overwhelm the party. The problem with the Martian cacti is that they're not as carefully positioned as the Myrmideks of Eoden. The most annoying couple of groups are almost guaranteed encounters, so you don't plan around them so much as run into them, curse loudly, narrowly defeat them, and pray you won't be walking this way again for a while, but you will. Many times. So once more, I don't think these problems were intentional design. The geography of Mars as it stood provided some interesting hooks for mechanics like combat and exploration, but the team probably just didn't have the opportunity to bring everything together. The second factor I suggested might have precluded Origin from doing anything too complicated with the new mechanics was that they didn't want players to get bored from constantly stopping to consult their paper map. But this can't possibly be true either, as there's ample evidence players are supposed to be looking at their map all the time. Remember that Martian Dreams had no in-game map at all, not even the bird's eye spell from Savage Empire, and that you were given a sextant at the start of the game to help you establish your coordinates. Navigation in Martian Dreams is done via the sextant, coordinates, or vague directions from NPCs, and the paper map, which, by the way, did not include coordinates. You had to pay $15 for Origin's official clue book for that luxury. A typical player, it was assumed, would be constantly scribbling down notes and making annotations to their map as they explored Mars, a strange but culturally significant practice common to the primitive cultures of the long-extinct CRPG boomer. So it doesn't seem all that plausible that survivalist elements like oxygen or temperature were defanged simply for the player's convenience. They were probably just another victim of rushed development. It's a shame because it represents a failure to capitalize on a world and mechanics that already existed in-game. Since the map, main quest, protagonist, and party composition were already less open than in a typical Ultima, the new features could have been more closely tied into them. And it's a double shame because there were some indications of this approach in Savage Empire, cases of CRPG mechanics potentially working with, rather than in opposition, to adventure gameplay. In party composition, there was at least a little variation to different characters. There was the tribal versus modern split when it came to what equipment could be handled, and the unique abilities of Triolo and the scientifically inclined characters. I mentioned in that video that it would have been interesting if Origin had leaned into this by giving party members more unique skills or traits, might and magic-esque skills for traversing different terrain, terrain types, for example, or proficiency in different languages influencing their interaction with NPCs or interpreting ancient writings. Martian Dreams unfortunately went backwards on this. Of the handful of available and enforced party members, I think off the top of my head only one has a critically important trait that is of any use in-game. But if you look at something like Space 1889, you can see how a variety of character skills can play a part in exploration and puzzle solving. The engineering, crime, and linguistics skills in that game, for example. Consider how that might have worked in Martian Dreams. Why is it that Spector, the most scientifically inclined party member, does not provide more benefits to the group when it comes to, say, the handling of radium? Could not Sherman, a worldly explorer and prospector, give aid in the many instances of the party delving deep into the dusty depths of Mars in search of valuable minerals and materials? And why not let Nellie Bly, a seasoned reporter, take the lead in interpersonal interactions that require a certain degree of latitude in matters of factuality? Also, 1889 had several skills related to the procurement or handling of various forms of transport, from ships to spacecraft, so in Martian Dreams would it not have made more sense for the lengthy and sometimes tedious process of reactivating the Martian barges to have been lubricated by a party member with knowledge of such things? I'm not holding up 1889 as an ideal, it reviewed quite poorly back in the day, but it is an example of a CRPG that actually uses CRPG mechanics as part of adventure-style puzzle solving. This is in stark contrast to Martian Dreams, which fled even farther from its CRPG roots than Savage Empire, and tried to move closer to a traditional verb-driven point-and-click adventure. Instead of party members with useful and unique skill sets, there are dozens of individual NPCs all over the map with a single utility that the player will only use once in the entire game. I suspect the two main reasons for this are, first of all, Spector's interest in Martian Dreams as a historical and educational experience, which we'll discuss later in the video, and secondly, the team's use of the Ultima 6 engine. The Worlds of Ultima series may have been initiated primarily as a cost-saving measure, but it was also an outlet for the creative impulses of employees who wanted to do more than Ultima games. For some, that meant moving away from traditional fantasy settings. For others, it meant approaching gameplay and interactivity in a different way. You might recall from the Savage Empire video that Origin had publicly raised the possibility of using the False Prophets engine for everything from horror games to detective stories. But Ultima 6 was notable for its finely detailed game world, and more importantly, the extent to which this world could be physically manipulated through the various actions available to the avatar. This system has an interesting heritage in itself, apparently taking inspiration from Chris Roberts' Times of Law, but putting aside what led up to it, the final result is strikingly similar to the control scheme used in traditional point-and-click games, with the important caveat that in Ultima 6, a lot of these actions, no matter how trivial, actually work. I mention this because I think it may explain why a role-playing adventure based on a CRPG engine would seemingly marginalize the potential application of CRPG mechanics to adventure gameplay and instead focus on puzzles built around verb-based commands, using X item on Y device and such. You can imagine a designer on Martian Dreams thinking about the implications of combining Ultima 6's using and pushing and pulling and dropping and putting this inside that, and immediately forgetting all about boring CRPG stuff like stat checks and character traits and classes and dozens of different skill sets. Warren Spector has often related a possibly apocryphal anecdote about how during Ultima 6's development he was both surprised and delighted to witness a player exploiting the engine's acknowledgement of factors like height and width to complete a puzzle in an unexpected way. So perhaps the Worlds team approached puzzles in a similar way, interested in how the engine could open up new possibilities in quest design. Mike McShaffrey mentioned how he had programmed the digging and rail systems into Martian Dreams, features that I would argue seem rather pointless or banal to a modern player, at least how they're used in-game, but might have been very exciting additions back when they were first successfully implemented. And yet, ironically, the novelty of contorting Ultima 6's controls into a quasi-classic adventure experience may have aged Martian Dreams more than exploring the application of its existing CRPG mechanics might have done. Whilst the game received fairly positive scores in 1991, critics like Scorpia already felt it was an ungainly approximation of a traditional adventure game, and those complaints have been mirrored in modern retrospectives. People people were already familiar with point-and-click puzzles, so a title that constituted point-and-click puzzles separated by hours of aimless wandering and empty combat was hardly a remarkable paradigm shift. And besides, when you start chasing trends, it's not long before some new innovation catches your eye. Whilst Warren Spector was still working on Martian Dreams, he had the opportunity to witness footage of early builds of Blue Sky's three-dimensional underworld engine. As Spector put it in a later interview, "I was in serious lust. I mean, I was still doing top-down games like Martian Dreams, and here was the future. At least, that's what I thought. I really wanted to work on it." Spector did, of course, eventually end up working on Underworld, as well as several other titles that explored the intersection of physics, interaction, and fully modelled 3D worlds. What space does that leave for a game like Martian Dreams, shackled to the limitations of the now tragically primitive Ultima 6 engine? Well, I think that what's left are the sadly underdeveloped ideas briefly explored by both the first worlds of Ultima and Space 1889, a hybridization of supposedly hardcore CRPG mechanics like stats and skills, with exploration and puzzle solving built around them. Not as alluring as the opportunity to experiment with new methods of interaction, but arguably an approach with more depth that drew on the strengths of the existing CRPG-based Ultima 6 framework, instead of forcefully moulding Martian Dreams into a completely different, classic point-and-click style of game. If, as Warren Spector seemed to suggest, the Worlds of Ultima team believed there was a large, untapped audience of potential Ultima fans who were turned off by the lack of accessibility inherent to CRPGs, then it must have occurred to someone at Origin that retaining many of Ultima 6's mechanics, but then rendering most of them meaningless busy work, was not going to solve that problem. Much like Savage Empire, Martian Dreams interests me more as an idea. A CRPG set in a Victorian space romance setting, something a little closer to 1889 rather than a top-down puzzle game. But maybe that's because when I picture retro-futuristic Victorian sci-fi, I think of pulpy extraterrestrial action with sabers and carbines, of space pirates and suspiciously well-endowed alien princesses. And that's certainly not what Warren Spector was thinking of. What lay at the molten core of Martian Dreams is, I think, mostly relevant to the game's writing, but it does also come through in the way it presents itself to the audience. So to begin our exploration of what I believe Spector was most concerned with in making the game, let's take this opportunity to appreciate its achievements in art and audio, areas in which Martian Dreams is inextricably tied to specific historical eras, both in its influences and in its realization. Despite changes in the team's leadership, artistically there was a strong thread of continuity from the first Worlds of Ultima to the second. The majority of artists from Savage Empire returned for Origin's trip to Mars, sketching concept art, in-game assets, and, often missed nowadays, dozens of illustrations for the hefty manuals accompanying the game, not to mention official tie-in materials such as the Martian Dreams strategy guide and the 4th edition of Origin's Quest for Clues series. But though much of this art was being done by the same craftsman and woman as the original Worlds of Ultima, their intent seems to have been to depart from the pulp influences of their previous game. Artist Denis Loubet would later post a sketch of the Martian Dreams cover art on Twitter, commenting that he loved the fact that, unlike most of his other Ultima covers, there wasn't even a hint of violence present in the image. Instead, two awestruck turn-of-the-century travellers gaze towards the looming, crisscrossed surface of the Red Planet, a picture that promises the thrill of adventure, exploration, and discovery, not bashing guards or carving up evil spirits. Contrast this with Loubet's work on Savage Empire, which teased sex, guns, and dinosaurs, the kind of tired, juvenile vulgarities that appeal to low IQ gamers like myself. I think the difference between these two covers indicates how the tone of Martian Dreams was from the very beginning meant to be, for lack of a better word, more intellectual than than the first game, less interested in mowing down monsters and more in celebrating humanity's achievements in scientific inquiry and artistic expression. How well this is communicated in-game is something we'll talk about a lot in the last section of the video, but even on a purely visual level, we can see how the game is trying to immerse players in a world of marvels from the realms of both Victorian history and its fiction. Costumes and technology, people and places. To do so in illustrative form is one thing, however. To bring it to life in the Ultima 6 engine, by that point in late 1990 already being supplanted behind the scenes by the Black Gates, is quite another. Although Martian Dreams was merely an iteration of the False Prophets engine, and achieving anything close to the advances made by Ultima 7, at that time only a few months from launch, was never going to be on the cards, the Worlds of Ultima team were still turbocharging their tech, and with little sympathy for home computer owners who couldn't keep up. Savage Empire had already left in its wake the mangled corpses of Ultima fans without EGA-compatible machines, and the bloody march of progress continued with Martian Dreams. As Computer Gaming World and its peers warned, increased memory requirements were the harshest of Origin's demands, and overall it was generally agreed by reviewers from across the globe that one needed a powerful PC to get Martian Dreams looking and sounding the way its developers had intended. I read a couple of different reviews stating that due to the RAM and processor speeds required for running in full VGA graphics with music enabled, they had experienced the entire game minus the work of Origin's composers, which might, I'd speculate, have damaged review scores slightly. Zero Magazine's Paul Lakin, for example, questioned the wisdom of assigning so much memory to running the game's lengthy animated introduction, arguing that it was hardly worth forcing players to make sacrifices in other areas just for the sake of a sequence they would likely only see once. There were also a few eyebrows raised at the storage space the game consumed. The nightmarish potential floppy swapping involved in a game of Martian Dreams nature had been mitigated by Mike McShaffrey, who wrote an installer for transferring everything to the user's own computer. But reviewers, from Compute's Richard Rapp to Zero's Lakin, did not appreciate being forced to sacrifice between 3 to 6 megabytes of precious hard drive space. Whilst neither of those limitations are going to be issues for anyone running it today, what was and remains problematic is the game's general performance. Numerous reviewers complained that Martian Dreams seemed prone to stuttering even on PCs meeting its hardware requirements, and there are a few threads by modern players echoing comments, now over 30 years old, about the game seeming jerky, but we'll discuss that in more detail at the end of this section. To play devil's advocate for the heartless techno-absolutists at Origin, in disenfranchising the lowest and most miserable rung of 90s CRPG players, Apple II users, say, and demanding more from the rest, the Worlds of Ultima team could target higher baseline hardware. This enabled them to realise their so-called fact-filled fantasy odyssey to turn-of-the-century Mars in substantially greater visual fidelity than would have been possible only a couple of years prior. And both the fact and the fantasy referenced in Origin's marketing were important elements of Martian Dreams' artistic direction, as the team were as enthusiastic towards fictional representations of and about the period as they were digitising a historically accurate vision of the beauty and grandeur of the late Victorian era. In the article on the Christmas 1990 visit to Origin's art department, the writer observed that, in their words, Victorian-era motifs had been worked into all the artwork for Martian Dreams, not only in clothing and hairstyles, but in the objects and even the screen borders and fonts. Flipping through articles on Martian Dreams, it might seem odd how much emphasis was put on its retro-futurist 1890s aesthetics. Nowadays, we're hardly living in a desert of steampunk-adjacent art. But even taking into account 1990s 1889, science fantasy Victoriana was still a fairly novel approach for a CRPG to take, especially for a series that for much of the preceding 10 years had been indelibly associated with traditional high fantasy worlds. In fact, it was unusual enough that even 2 or 3 years after Martian Dreams' release, some magazines were still using it as a reference point for games with a similar alt-history art style. When the Chaos engine was released in 1993, for example, Actuella Software Marked noted that the Bitmap Brothers' post-apocalyptic world of Teslaite technology and Babagian automata gone mad was strongly reminiscent of Origin's game. Debatable, considering Bitmap's title has a much more stylized, pulpy, and perhaps exotic look, but indicative of the fact that at the time, the term steampunk had only recently clawed its way into the English lexicon, and games adopting that sort of visual style were still comparatively uncommon. Cyberpunk was much more fashionable in the early 90s. But even though Martian Dreams' art direction certainly leaned more towards realism and historical authenticity than something like the Chaos Engine, it does share with the latter a core premise that by itself limits how much history can be depicted in-game. Although Origin opened the campaign with a vision of the famous White City of Chicago, the spectacular and transitory neoclassical architectural exhibition built for the 1893 Columbian Exposition, the quest itself begins and ends on Mars, so players aren't actually venturing around many real period-appropriate environments at any point. The closest you get to exploring Victorian architecture is seeing the Martian greenhouses standing silently in the ruins of their cities, and in the endgame, where a dream sequence transplants you to a similar structure. I'm assuming these are meant as recreations of one of the famous crystal palaces constructed in London, New York, and Montreal around half a century before the Chicago World Fair, though Origin could also be paying tribute to Georges Méliès' famous Glass House, where he filmed a number of pioneering works of cinema. This leaves clothing and equipment as the most obvious embellishments of turn-of-the-century Europe and America. I'm not familiar enough with late Victorian fashions to guess at the game's fidelity to historical clothing and whatnot, but I can say that on the basis of how detailed and extensive their awareness of 19th century literature, art, and political trends, the Worlds of Ultima team probably made a good go of showing period-appropriate attire. And whilst I'm not especially well-schooled in late Victoriana, I know enough to credit Origin for not committing some of the most egregious misrepresentations prevalent in modern media about the 1890s, such as exaggerating the adoption of emerging technologies. Plus, if it had, the game creates a fair bit of leeway for itself by referencing fiction from the subsequent and rather short Edwardian era, freeing itself to dip into Gilded Age visuals here and there. Even so, if there's any area in which a player might spot some howlingly out-of-place imagery, it's in one of the game's centerpiece attractions, the historical figures who cameo throughout the Avatar's adventure. Although set in 1895, Martian Dreams prefers to depict the great men and women of the period at their most recognizable, rather than how they would likely have appeared at that particular time. Sigmund Freud, for example, should still be in his mid-40s. Hence, in pre-release images, Freud's portrait sports a thick black beard, probably appropriate to his age at that time. Yet at some point, Origin must have decided they wanted a more familiar and marketable Freud, as in other concept art and the final game, he's adorned with greyish white hair befitting his better-known appearance from 10 to 20 years after the events of the game. Since some of the characters who appear in Martian Dreams were most active in the mid to late 19th century, and some in the early to mid 20th, I can imagine that the less easygoing amongst you might be put off by the fact that, based on their in-game appearances, you're essentially encountering people who lived almost 100 years apart. To those of you who aren't as insufferable to your friends and family, this might seem like an inconsequential quibble, but it's a hint that, as we'll discuss later, Origin were perhaps sometimes more interested in introducing players to generalities of history than fretting over the details. Besides, fashion, firearms, and photos are really the only areas in which Martian Dreams can really be described as historical in the sense of being accurate and or realistic, because as already noted, artistically the game is also inspired by the fiction of the era. Other than the game world being based on the real-life maps of NASA's Mariner or maybe Viking missions from the 1960s and 70s, all the habitable locations on Mars are imaginary, rooted mostly in mid to late 19th century literature and illustrations, but almost certainly drawing a little from much later Martian media as well. The exteriors of the expeditionary shells, for example, look akin to sketches of the originals found in Jules Verne's Trip to the Moon, whilst their interiors seem to be modelled on the set design of the same author's iconic Nautilus from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. The masterless Martian automatons, however, initially struck me as twins to a much later invention. Although the cutters and cokers and stokers and unnecessarily shapely ladybots of the underground factories might look like the epitome of steampunk, I was curious as to whether their designs actually came from the 1890s or earlier. Mechanical dolls and fortune tellers were a fixation of the era, but the compositions used here seem to be based on TikTok from 1907's Return to Oz. And if you take into account when Martian Dreams was being developed, they may have been more directly modelled on the book's live-action 1985 adaptation, which I imagine at least a few people on the Worlds of Ultima team had seen. More egregiously, it didn't escape the notice of reviewers that another alchemically improbable character in the game looked awfully similar to the Maschinenmensch from Fritz Lang's Metropolis, a full 20 years outside the time frame Martian Dreams was supposed to be drawing from. Not being an expert on art or automata, I confronted Denis Loubet with my accusations, who denied complicity in these crimes, and was instead nice enough to lead me down the black brick road to Jeff D, the artist responsible for a lot of the concept and computerized art in both Worlds of Ultima. D, who said he was a great admirer of the Oz setting, admitted that he had indeed used the post-1900s TikTok as a muse for the designs of the Martian mechanoids, but countered that the plates and illustrations of Baum's books tended to be retro even by the standards of the day, so presumably even the original image of TikTok was an iteration of a 19th century design. The Machine Lady D attributed to another Origin artist, Keith Burdack of Black Company cover art fame, who I wasn't able to get in contact with and has thus eluded justice. Now, it's true, as D points out, that the Oz artists would have been working from older styles. There's a big old rabbit hole to the origins of the Tin Woodsman, for example, so maybe TikTok is influenced by political cartoons or one of the Victorian fairground automatons or something. And even if elements like the Fembot are post-Victorian, you could argue that the team's attempts to broaden their artistic horizons beyond realism and beyond period appropriateness was justified by subsequent and somewhat negative critical responses to Martian Dreams visuals. You see, after the hardware requirements, a common complaint of reviewers was that the red planet was just too red. Scorpia was not alone in arguing that, compared to the prehistoric tropical beauty of the first Worlds of Ultima, subjecting players of its sequel to a steady diet of dust clouds and rust-infused rocks was a considerable downgrade. A scene in Savage Empire could feature plenty of greens and browns and reds and whites and more, be it situated in village, jungle, or lagoon. Though Martian Dreams tries to inject some variety into the landscape with the occasional extraterrestrial forest or ruin, most of the time, especially in the early to mid-game, the party will be hiking across flat red plains, rocky mountains, or dimly lit caverns. If you've never played it, then from looking at comments online, you'd assume the entire game looks like this, which isn't true. There's the more abstract environments of the Dream Worlds, for example, which leads me to think that a lot of people either got bored of Martian Dreams before getting far enough into the campaign to see these areas, or their memories of bland red rocks and deserts are so overpowering that they've forgotten there was more variety to the world. Some might therefore think it fair that the team had looked a little further into the future, to the 1920s and beyond, for artistic inspiration, but I'm not sure that was necessary, assuming we were forced to limit ourselves to depictions of Mars from the late Victorian or Edwardian era. There are potential sources of inspiration that permitted a far more lively colour palette than the team went with. We'll put aside fantastical versions of Mars from the era, such as literary descriptions of soil made of multicoloured gemstones and all that, and think of what were claimed to be scientifically plausible pictures of the world. In the 1908 issue of Cosmopolitan magazine, H.G. Wells penned an article entitled "The Things That Live on Mars," a supposedly scientific/speculative piece that relied on some of Percival Lowell's later inferences concerning the nature of life on the red planet. Accompanying the article were full-page illustrations by famous American frontier artist William Lee, none of which were light on diversity or exoticism. Wells described scenes of flood-fed vegetation larger, taller, and reedier than that of Earth, perhaps topped with bluish-green leaves in the springtime, and within these oases, various flowers and fruits to support animal and insect life that, like the planet's flora, would be adapted to Mars's atmospheric and gravitational peculiarities by being either laxer and flimsier or larger and more slender than the fauna of our world. Later in the article, however, Wells conceded that, based on Lowell's observations, it was possible that by the current day, any such areas that remained on the planet had already been seized and cultivated by whatever intelligent and civilized beings ruled there. But even in this case, the author asserted that an advanced Martian society would have produced all manner of agricultural, architectural, and artistic miracles. Stunning and sometimes inexplicable feats of engineering, fashion, and perhaps even artificial life. Any one of the illustrations in the article outstrips the ambitions of Martian Dreams' environmental variety. So the issue is probably not the time period, but the premise. Origin placed the game in what is, loosely speaking, a post-apocalyptic, or at least dying Earth-esque setting. This is probably why, for example, it couldn't imitate the images of Mars found in 1898's Edison's Conquest of Mars, which assumed a scenario in which Martian civilization was reduced, but still alive and extant, capable of launching missions of conquest and colonization to other worlds. If anything, the closest companion to Origin's vision would be the predominantly blood-red wastelands of Barsoom from A Princess of Mars. But to me, this seems strange, since in most other ways the game seems to be trying to distance itself from Edgar Rice Burroughs' version of the planet. In fact, its dead plains and cyclopean underground infrastructure seem less like their counterparts in the 1912 novel and its successors, and more like those of other planets brought to life by Hollywood, mid-century movies like Forbidden Planet, where lifeless extraterrestrial surfaces lay atop colossal automotive structures that hummed with incalculable energies. I suspect later sci-fi was also an influence on what alien life does exist on Origin's Mars, namely the so-called plantimals, and in a less substantive sense, the Martians themselves. The plantimals are characterized a bit inconsistently across different sources. In some, like the Martian Dreams Melies, they're described, as their name would imply, a hybrid of flora and fauna either native to or bioengineered on Mars, although the worms are apparently from the moons or another planet. Other articles attribute their origin to the dream machines having physically manifested the imaginary creatures of both human and Martian minds, but I think this might be the result of confusing the plantimals with the so-called id creatures that appear in the dream world, which is an interesting, if perhaps period-wise, anachronistic concept we'll revisit later on. The problem visually with the plantimals is that I don't think their designs translate very well to the engine. Savage Empire's raptors, snake women, silverbacks, triceratops, pterodactyls, and T-Rexes were all well-known foes with strong, readable silhouettes. Every player knows what these pop culture icons look like and the implications of their appearance. But the plantimals, whilst obviously interesting to look at as concept art, generally come across in-game as generic, amorphous, or just rather silly. I mean, is there any cultural significance to a bunch of greenish-yellow quadrupeds? Where is the dignity in dying to a sprawl of bloated cacti? And does anyone other than leguminophobes fret over an army of jumping beans? The problem is in some part the lack of detail, but also the fact that everything is being viewed from a top-down perspective. That wasn't such an issue with the dinosaurs sprites, which were immediately distinct, but what makes the plantimals concept art interesting doesn't come across so well in teensy flat 2D form. Similarly, if you look at the design of the Martians, their most striking features are the curvature of their limbs and the facial features. This works alright in dialogue, which is fitting since that's how you'll be interacting with them, but is difficult to communicate from the regular view. Noticing that whilst playing reminded me of a joke I made in the Savage Empire video about how the humanoid characters would probably work better with giant heads. And sure enough, in Edison's Conquest of Mars, the Martian warrior caste are encumbered by oversized and almost Swiftian upper body proportions that would have worked well in Origin's game. It's a shame the Second Worlds of Ultima didn't get a SNES remake, as it would have been interesting to see how the concept art was adapted to larger and more detailed sprites. Maybe it would have fit better. The only foes that really impressed me by the standards of the time were a couple of the highest level monsters. I mentioned in the other video that the Savage Empire team apparently had to struggle quite a bit to get multi-tile creatures into the first game, and based on Martian Dreams' alpha design notes, the dinosaurs of Worlds of Ultima 1 were originally supposed to make a reappearance in the sequel, but it seems alternative sprites were cooked up by the artists, and although there wasn't a huge improvement in Martian Dreams, my first encounter with one of the large multi-part enemies was quite memorable. Unfortunately, in general animation quality, there isn't that much of an upgrade. During regular gameplay, the environmental props and special effects aren't all that different to the original Worlds of Ultima. In fact, NPCs and party members seem to be less physically active on Mars than in Eoden, a product of the rarefied air sapping all their energy, perhaps. Players will, however, notice a bigger improvement in the cutscenes, both in-game and out. The introductory sequence in particular is a huge leap over Savage Empires, replacing static text and portraits with both animated cutscenes and even a handful of motion-captured sequences. It's quite a surprise to see the latter in a fairly low-budget title from 1991, although I'll admit this kind of made me wish that Martian Dreams had been made first and the Savage Empire second. No offense to the poised and graceful Spector and McShaffrey, but I confess I'd rather have seen a fully animated Aella in motion than a bunch of Victorian men. Still, it fulfilled the team's goal of making the sequel's opening much more exciting and cinematic than its predecessor. The improvements extend into the campaign itself. Whilst Martian Dreams shares with the first game a number of in-game cutscenes, most of which feature fairly rudimentary animations, in Worlds of Ultima 2 there are a handful that also include some additional effects, like coal glowing in the furnaces or a rippling pool of fantastical fuel. Sadly, one aspect of the game that remained severely constrained by hardware limitations was the in-game audio. As before, there are some basic effects for attacks, shooting, the odd special weapon or ability, but not much else. Sound effects in Martian Dreams are generally simplistic, limited, and repetitive, bordering at times on just plain irritating, like the audio that plays when you run into walls. So it doesn't surprise me some reviewers griped about how the memory demanded by the game's graphics left little space for oral feedback. It's therefore yet again up to the soundtrack to try and save the day, assuming that your rig was up to it. If you've seen the Savage Empire video, you'll know that despite their shared visual heritage, in the realm of composition, the Worlds of Ultima series actually had more in common with Wing Commander than its fantasy progenitor, having been scored primarily by George Alistair Sanger, aka the Team Fat, credited for Chris Roberts' magnum opus. But Martian Dreams deviates slightly from Savage Empire in that credited alongside Sanger are Dana Glover and Tom Hollingshead. In fact, Hollingshead was responsible for the game's main theme. Although both Worlds of Ultima are loosely speaking rooted in the Victorian era, or at least Victorian literary influences, as you can imagine there's plenty of daylight between the musical strains of the pulp jungle adventure setting of Savage Empire and the extraterrestrial merveilleux scientifique world of Martian Dreams. As usual, there are two variations of the soundtrack. The original, which to hear at its best in-game requires some way of emulating the Roland MT-32, and the default Sound Blaster version, which is probably what most players of its day, and those who downloaded and played it on a whim from GOG, are most likely to recognise. Now, when I read reviews, comments on the soundtrack, which were overwhelmingly positive, generally described it as sounding Victorian, but I'm not sure that's completely accurate. To my knowledge, Victorians favoured lyrical poetry, operas, parlour songs, or especially popular among the lower classes, music halls and shanties and the like, which are obviously a challenge to convert to PCs of the early 90s. I think a couple of the Martian Dreams tunes are modelled on classical music, though whether they were composers that were especially in demand by late Victorian listeners, I'm not sure. Maybe it depends on the country. Either way, what I think the reviewers actually meant by Victorian is that it seemed appropriate to a fantastical adventure based in that era, and to people in the 90s this was probably synonymous with music from mid to late 20th century cinematic adaptations, like Paul Smith's score for the 1954 movie 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. What that translates to in-game are tunes that are often brash, grandiose, and make use of a full orchestra, well, as full as you could be on 1991 hardware. I wasn't able to find contact details for Glover or Hollingshead, but George Sanger was nice enough to reply to my emails, and once again explain some of the influences that went into the compositions he did for the game. The best known of these is probably the daytime exploration theme, which Sanger says was partly influenced by Hollingshead's main theme, but also the fact that Sanger essentially grew up in a marching band, musically that is, not in the familial sense. The track is therefore structured in such a way as to mimic the progression of the band's movements. One section for marching towards the reviewing stand, one for marching away, sections for whichever instruments are facing the stand, and so forth. There's apparently also a bit of Wing Commander's dogfights in there somewhere, which wouldn't sound too out of place considering the militaristic elements inherent to this sort of music, and again dovetails with 50s to 70s Hollywood adventure scores. Sanger has never been one to just model Hollywood, though. The daytime combat theme, for example, is apparently a blend of the main theme and a battle theme from the original Star Trek. Whilst the nighttime exploration is, in his words, how would Mozart score a night scene on Mars? Plus, the string quartet from Yellow Submarine. But it seems that the Wing Commander composer's enthusiasm for drawing from a variety of inspirations may have actually gotten him into a spot of trouble on Martian Dreams. Sanger had originally submitted an alternative main theme, which, like several of the other pieces, was infused with classic marching band influences. A little of Hogan's Heroes, a little of Bridge Over the River Kwai, or something close to that. But according to Sanger, long after working on the game, he learned that someone at Origin believed he had simply lifted the whole track from Hogan's Heroes and tried to pass it off as his own work, a charge Sanger of course strenuously denies. I'm not that surprised some of Martian Dreams' music, including Hollingshead's and Glover's, might be misidentified as being directly sourced from somewhere else. The nature of the musical genre combined with the limitations of the audio hardware almost guarantees it. When the credits began rolling, for a second I thought I was playing Cryu's Dune, for example, so I expect whoever at Origin thought less of the Fat Man had no grudge against him, but simply made an honest mistake. Anyway, regardless of whether Sanger or his Austinian adversary were in the right, I'm fairly keen on most of the Martian Dreams soundtrack, on a Roland or otherwise. Overall, I prefer the first game's score, but there are still some good tracks that stand out. The exploration music, which I mentioned to Sanger is my favourite, is jaunty enough to mitigate some of the monotony of traversing the red wastes, and I can definitely understand why players in in 1991 would have found Martian Dreams' incessant backtracking a lot more aggravating without it. Does it hold up for the entire game? No, but I doubt anything could have done that. Most of the other tracks are fine. The underground theme suitably spooky, the ticker tape parade ending theme passably triumphalist and all that, but there was one track I didn't like, which was the Dream Machine theme. The whole thing has a very discordant and unnerving tone to it, which was sometimes discomforting and occasionally got quite annoying. I'm sure this is completely intentional. You could argue that is the entire point of the vast and impossible geometry of the dream world, but considering the dream sections are very puzzle heavy, perhaps even the portions of the game in which some players would be at their most impatient, a track that exacerbates that might not have been the right pick. I think these areas would have been better off with something a bit less Kafka-esque. Either something a little more tranquil, or maybe something that communicated the idea that these dream worlds would, in universe, rouse their victims to great feats of artistic and intellectual accomplishment. Going by the music, you'd assume whoever got caught in these things was more likely to end up in a lunatic asylum than go on to become masters of their craft. Luckily, curious players who are interested in trying out Martian Dreams today are at no particular risk of losing their minds over compatibility issues. There's only really one distinct version of the game, the original release for IBM PCs, which doesn't leave us much to discuss. There's not much to say about the differences between EGA and VGA, or cutting out the audio or whatever, but it keeps things simple for newcomers. As mentioned earlier, you can grab the game for free from GOG, and it's already all set up to run through DOSBox with minimal fuss. There are only a handful of extra points worth making, namely in performance, potential bugs, and community add-ons. I pointed out at the start of this section that many reviewers were critical of how poorly Martian Dreams ran compared to both Ultima 6 and the original worlds of Ultima. Unfortunately, that was also my experience running the GOG version of the game, although it's not consistent. Sometimes it's about as smooth and responsive as Savage Empire, sometimes it's a slideshow, and it's not always clear what the common factor is. I've read speculation that it's something to do with enemy pathfinding, which seems plausible, as I noticed the same thing happens if one of your companions gets stuck and you move too far from them. Presumably the game slows down as they try to calculate how to reach you. I suspect mountains and Martian canals cause issues for the monsters. There's a relatively simple fix on DOSBox. Just boost the set CPU cycles up to around 8 or 10,000, although this does make the animations look a bit strange. Other than this issue, I'm not aware of any major technological or compatibility problems with Martian Dreams if you want to play it today, other than the single save slot. Though I have seen a lot of references to save game corruption and crashes. The CRPG Addict blog, for example, started a retrospective back in 2015, but abandoned it due to persistent crashes in the early game, and only resumed it in 2017 after finding a DOSBox fork with a save state feature. Several sites also state that the player's save is at risk of becoming corrupted if they save in the specific location shown here. The final thing to mention is the Ultima fan community. As in the case of Savage Empire, you can use Pix's Ultima patcher to adjust a couple of things, though it's not as relevant in this case since there's no extra patch. Still, it can streamline the process of making the game use your emulated Roland setup in order to enjoy the higher quality soundtrack, so it could be of use to some of you. Community-wise, I suppose I should note that the Newvie project, which is aimed at providing an alternative and superior means of running and editing Ultima 6 on modern systems, was also meant to eventually emulate both Savage Empire and Martian Dreams. Unfortunately, it seems to still be far from that goal. I tried both the latest version and the build from before they joined the Scum VM project, and neither of them seemed to work properly, nor could I find any evidence of other people playing them this way. Still, work might resume on Newvie in the future, so if you're watching this video a year or two after I made it, then it could be worth checking up on the project. So, with gameplay, graphics, and audio covered, it's time to proceed to the last part of the video. It's extremely unusual for a CRPG manual to include a full-page list of reference material for players interested in the historical and literary stimuli that led to its development, but that's exactly what you'll find at the end of Martian Dreams' instructional manual. I'd venture that it's likely no coincidence Warren Spector is given sole credit for writing the game's manual, but even if he's not the author of this particular page, it's proof in itself that the team saw the game as having as much value as an educational tool as it did as a form of escapism. Thusly, to give Origin the credit they deserve, or as much as we can give in truncated video form, we'll have a gander at the game's story, and more importantly, see how it plays upon the inspirations behind it. Fresh and rested from his excursion to the primordial valley of Jöden, the Avatar of Britannia relaxes at home, reminiscing on both lost loves and new acquaintances. Though the former, having remained behind in that other land, seem for now beyond his reach, the latter have accompanied the Avatar back to the year 1991, and some of these allies, such as the inquisitive Dr. Johann Spector, are now trusted friends. Also still by the hero's side is the mysterious Orb of the Moons, the reality-bending vehicle by which the Avatar is able to convey himself between a multitude of different worlds. Yet he ponders whether there is any further utility to the device. If the orb is capable of opening gateways to alternate realities, might it also facilitate journeys through the fourth dimension, that of time itself? His ruminations are interrupted by a gentle rapping at his door, the source of which turns out to be none other than the bearded and bespectacled Dr. Spector, who claims, bafflingly, to have come at the Avatar's own request. The duo's confusion is compounded by the arrival of a third party, a faintly odd-looking specimen of the fairer sex bearing a large, thick envelope. The woman disencumbers herself of the package, which, to Dr. Spector's surprise, turns out to contain a number of documents pertaining to the Orb of the Moons. Leaving the items with Spector and the Avatar, the woman departs, pausing only long enough to voice a cryptic warning to the two, that the fate of both their race and hers depends on their actions. Investigating the contents of the package, the companions first spot an old letter, purportedly written by famed Serbian-American inventor Nikola Tesla, and dated to the year 1895, a document that must be almost 100 years old. Even more surprising is a yellowing photograph that depicts Tesla with a number of other turn-of-the-century figures, ranging from luminaries like pioneering psychoanalyst Sigmund Freud to more obscure and disreputable personages, such as notorious American oxygenist Charles Lewis Blood. But most shocking of all is that standing alongside these individuals, these long-dead men and women of the late 19th century, are Johann Spector and the Avatar. The impossibility of such a scenario points to the photograph being some sort of bizarre hoax. Yet also included in the package is a book outlining the proper use of the orb as a means of journeying through time, a book somehow authored by Dr. Spector a century past, and beneath this, a map pointing to the location of a secret laboratory in the rocky reaches of Colorado. Alarmed and yet intrigued, the two companions travel to the Centennial State in search of answers, and discover that there is indeed a small research facility located deep in the mountains, which harbours rusty experimental devices cloaked in a bone-white burial shroud of cobwebs and dust. Consulting the instructions found in Spector's book, the Avatar uses the orb to summon a new moon gate, a gate that, according to the text, leads not to Jöden nor Britannia, but to the very same place in which they stand, only the place as it was almost 100 years ago. Bravely venturing through the pulsing wound in time and space, the two companions arrive precisely where Spector's book claimed they would, the year 1895, and the place, the laboratory of Nikola Tesla, not dim and decrepit as it was, or as it will be in the 20th century, but crackling with electrical energy and inhabited by three familiar faces from the photograph: Tesla, Freud, and Blood. Spector and the Avatar introduce themselves to the trio, but their story of mysterious woman bearing strange packages and a trip through time is treated with considerable suspicion, leading to the Victorians summoning a gun-toting cowboy going by the name Dallas Garrett. Spector swiftly produces Tesla's letter from the package, which seems to confirm the veracity of their story to the satisfaction of the other four. Mollified, the unlikely gathering of 19th century co-conspirators explain at length the circumstances leading to their secret gathering at Tesla's hidden laboratory. According to Tesla, several years ago, the wealthy philanthropist and astronomer Percival Lowell made a momentous discovery, a substance known as phlogistonite, which, when utilized as a fuel source, was capable of propelling objects with such explosive force that the distance they could travel extended well into the reaches of Earth's solar system. Lowell, having become entranced by the possibility of discovering extraterrestrial life on distant Mars, is inspired to advocate the construction of a colossal Vernian space cannon, which he claims could be loaded with a shell-shaped passenger car and fired at the heavenly bodies above. Thus could parties of terrestrial origin make expeditions to the Red Planet, where they might construct a similar device on its surface, permitting travel between Earth and its red-rimmed cousin. To effect such a mighty feat of science and engineering, Lowell partnered with influential newspaper magnate William Randolph Hearst, who agreed to fund the project in exchange for exclusive ownership rights to the story of the Virgin expedition to Mars. The space cannon was successfully completed in the year 1893 and scheduled for firing at the Columbian World Fair, the first bullet intended to carry a research team made up of prominent scientists, and its explosive launch to be witnessed by a group of international dignitaries. Yet the day of this momentous event was struck by disaster. An unknown party, perhaps revolutionaries or agents of some foreign power, sabotaged the cannon, causing it to discharge its interplanetary cargo with all involved still on board: the research team, Lowell and Hearst, their honourable guests, and one or two stowaways. Among the many distinguished personalities making an unexpected trip to outer space were powerful men like Scottish-American industrialist Andrew Carnegie and New York Police Commissioner Theodore Roosevelt. Icons of science and engineering, such as American inventor Thomas Edison and Franco-Polish physicist Marie Curie, practitioners of the arts like French stage actress Sarah Bernhardt, and even somewhat less reputable figures, including Russian mystic Grigory Rasputin and Lithuanian-American anarchist Emma Goldman. Despite this apparent catastrophe, Lowell's once outlandish theories turned out to be correct, for the space shell safely landed at its destination, and its occupants, intended and otherwise, set to work establishing a colony on Mars. The group were able to set up a means of communication with Earth, reporting that they had discovered the ruins of an ancient Martian civilization, and were in the process of constructing a means of returning home. 2 years after their arrival, however, communications with the expedition came to an abrupt halt, and as astronomers of Earth gazed towards the blood-red surface of Mars, they came to the conclusion that something had gone terribly wrong. Thus, in 1895, a secondary expedition was put together, a rescue party, funded by Hearst's hated rival, Joseph Pulitzer, who saw in the endeavour a means of advancing his own publishing empire and humiliating his enemy. This second expedition was arranged far more quietly, however, for who knew if and when the architects of the first disaster might strike again. It is at this point Tesla and his companions conclude their story, and the fifth member of the expedition arrives, journalist Elizabeth Jane Cochran, or Nellie Bly to her readers, who would serve as Pulitzer's representative on the trip. Dr. Spector and the Avatar, having been warned by the mysterious letter of dire consequences should the rescue mission fail, sign on with Tesla and his party and begin preparations for the second firing of the space cannon. Soon enough, everything is in place, and with a thunderous detonation of phlogistonite, the shell hurtles towards Mars. After a short trip, the metal cab embeds itself into the scarlet sands of her Desha, and the rescue party convene to discuss their next steps. It is agreed that the Avatar, Dr. Spector, and Miss Bly will travel to the crash site of the original expedition, whilst Blood, Garrett, Tesla, and Freud will remain behind and set up a base camp. Before the Avatar and his companions depart, Dr. Freud offers a perplexing bit of advice: to pay close heed to their dreams, and to return and consult with him should they find themselves subject to the hallucinatory effusions of other beings on Mars. Upon reaching their destination, the group are pleased to discover that at least one member of the 1893 expedition is no phantasm. They are greeted by British cavalry officer Lieutenant Dibbs, who reveals the truth of the events that led up to this moment. According to Dibbs, upon their arrival on the planet, the several dozen original survivors discovered that, just as Lowell had suspected, Mars had once hosted some extraterrestrial race of great intellect and ability. It was clear from even a cursory examination that whatever civilization had resided on the planet was long gone, seemingly wiped away by an event that destroyed its peoples, but not its cities. For its several locations could be found numerous half-ruined outposts and settlements, secreting the products of their culture and technology, some of which, including tools and mechanical devices, remained in working order. Scavenging whatever equipment and supplies they could from both the space shell and the nearby ruins, the group was able to construct or commandeer food, shelter, manufacturing, and communication infrastructure, and most importantly of all, materials for the fashioning of a second space cannon. Overseen by Andrew Carnegie, they began constructing the device within the extinct volcano known as Olympus Mons, yet soon found that the requisite quantities of metal alone were far beyond what could be mined from the surrounding area. The survivors therefore split into 4 groups in order to explore farther afield and hopefully source tools and materials that would aid in completing the space cannon. One group, led by Lowell, travelled further north to explore the ruins of Elysium, and discovered a means of communicating with Earth via giant Martian reflectors. Another coven, with the pompous, preacherly newcomer Jack Segal at its head, focused on fortifying and investigating the closer city to the cannon, that of Olympus. A third group, made up of prospectors and entrepreneurs, established trading posts to better coordinate and profit from the search for supplies. And a fourth faction, perhaps even then already regarded as the least amenable individuals among the expeditionary group, followed Grigory Rasputin in pursuit of Martian artifacts, heading towards the southeasterly ruin of Argyre. It was not long after this mass quartering that a series of disasters struck the men and women of Mars. Lying at the heart of the Martian cities were devices the survivors dubbed dream machines, ornate and elaborate thrones of astonishing complexity, fed by all manner of tubes and wires and crowned with the likeness of some long-dead form of alien life. Percival Lowell's group discovered that the machine residing in Elysium was still functional, and, to the violent protestations of some of their fellows, particularly Jack Segal and Lieutenant Dibbs, chanced to make use of it. Precisely what happened to the Elysians is unclear, but when they next spoke to their fellow survivors, they avowed to bear no kinship with humanity. Lowell and his confederates identified themselves as the original Martian inhabitants of Elysium, and evinced no interest whatsoever in returning to Earth. The Olympians, too, found that their dream machine still functioned, and one of their number, a Mr. Cheney, also used the device. Unlike the Elysians, Cheney did not return from his trip suffering from a crisis of identity. Instead, he spoke of entering a waking dream in which he experienced the most fantastic and exciting scenes imaginable, a world in which anything, no matter how outlandish, could be brought to life. Yet Cheney also claimed to have glimpsed passing visions of Lowell and his confederates, who seemed entrapped in scenarios entirely the opposite of his own. Not dreams of whimsy and wonder, but rather nightmarish gauntlets of terror and despair. To the Olympians, Cheney's visions were proof that the dream machines brought nothing but a sickness of the mind. They smashed the device in Olympus and expelled Cheney, who they accused of having gone insane. Rasputin's group reacted in a similar manner, locking down Argyre and refusing entry to outsiders, though Dibbs remarks that they too had begun acting most queerly after the initial discovery of the dream machines. Dibbs himself had initially sided with Segal and the Olympians, yet conditions continued to deteriorate, with the Elysian broadcasting devices and several other items of infrastructure destroyed by some unknown foe, and the Olympians spiraling further into paranoia, prompting Dibbs to flee back to the original crash site and pray for the arrival of a rescue party. And the Avatar has not disappointed. The lieutenant takes the party to the traders, who report that the Argyrians have become even more hostile towards their fellows than the Olympians, and it seems Rasputin is now launching raiding parties against the other inhabitants of Mars. With Argyre closed to them, the party investigate Olympus and Elysium. Olympus initially bars the group entry, but the Avatar is able to earn their trust and gain access to both the city and the unfinished space cannon. They are informed by Andrew Carnegie that its completion is dependent upon further materials, expertise, infrastructure, and of course willing passengers, all of which remain scattered, unrefined, inoperable, or incapacitated all across and beneath the surface of Mars. In the ruins of Elysium, the adventurers discover that both Jack Segal and Mr. Cheney were, in their own way, correct as to the state of Percival Lowell's party. By interrogating the Elysians, the Avatar learns that every man and woman present believe themselves to be a Martian, albeit puppeteering the bodies of Lowell's group, whilst the original consciousness of the humans is trapped in the dream world. The Elysians aver that their race was never extinct at all, but rather escaped some catastrophe and retreated into the dream world, where they intended to work towards a means of returning to reality. Despite the inherent absurdity of such claims, the supposed Martians make convincing, or perhaps madly creative claims as to the history of their race, the utility of their technologies, and the highly specialized role each one plays in the techno-ecology of their cities, or groves, of which Elysium is but one. To further explain their motives, the Elysians direct the party to their leader, who has supposedly taken Percival Lowell's form. Lowell, or whoever he claims to be, identifies himself as the so-called arborist of Old Elysium. His particular faction, the Elysians, began possessing Lowell's group when they activated the dream machines, and since the humans are, as of now, their only means of taking physical form, they will not relinquish their new bodies unless provided a viable alternative. Whether Lowell, or whatever he is, speaks the truth, or is merely suffering from some sort of psychological affliction, the only option left to the Avatar is to cure the Elysians. And the only means of doing so, it seems, is to solve the mystery of the dream machines. After expending considerable time and effort, the rescue party are able to repair and reactivate these strange contraptions, and effect the Avatar's entry into the dream world. Just as Cheney insisted, what occurs on this plane is beyond anything permissible under the laws of science or sound minds. Reality within a dream machine is but the reflection of the mind, the expression of individual or even collective hopes and fears, populated by both the projections of the dreamers and living manifestations of their conscious and subconscious thoughts. The Avatar soon learns that the Elysians spoke the truth, for the highly developed Martian race was not destroyed. Instead, the inhabitants of at least two groves, Elysium and Hellas, escaped in dream form and were able to reconstruct their homes within this higher plane. Here they contemplated how to end their stasis and ensure the continuation of Martian civilization. Whilst the arrival of the humans prompted the Elysians to improvise and seize the bodies of Lowell's group, the grove mates of Hellas considered such an act to be unethical and remained in the dream world. It is through the Hellite machine that the Avatar finally meets the Martians, not strictly speaking in the flesh, but at least in the metaphysical form of the so-called dream stuff that constitutes this reality. In the dream grove of Hellas, the arborist Prektesh explains in greater detail the history of the Martian race, and their desperate plan for survival. It is by this point clear that the Martians did not quite exist as life in the conventional form terrestrial beings might be familiar familiar with, but instead, like the native plantimals, as a hybrid of humanoid and plant, sprouting from seeds grown in sacred soil and carefully nurtured by the cultivators of their respective groves. At the end of their lives, Martians were then buried in the very same soil from which they had sprung, passing on the accumulated knowledge and experience of not only their own lives, but the lives of all the Martians that had come before them, born and buried in that same soil. In this way, the Martians swiftly dominated the entire planet and made astounding advances in every field available to civilized societies, developing advanced tools and weaponry, inventing interplanetary broadcast towers and mechanical automatons, carving the mighty canals that carried water from the polar ice caps, and exploring the furthest reaches of sensory perception. Yet the Martians' physiology and culture also made them uniquely vulnerable to any threat to the health of the red soil that had birthed them. Though the city-states of the Martians might have outstripped humanity in any area of progress imaginable, they were equally matched in their capacity to pollute and destroy. Though most of the groves were dedicated to the pursuit of beauty, ecology, and education, the arborist of Argyre, Raksacek, was a creature of conflict and industry. The Argyrians constructed vast manufacturing complexes that belched smoke and bled oil, poisoning the air and staining their red earth a filthy black. Their city became crowded and oppressive, their society desperate and quarrelsome, ofttimes in conflict with either themselves or the oppressive force of their arborist warlord. Raksacek grew ever more greedy and tyrannical, demanding higher production quotas and greater power, and tried to take control of the neighbouring groves. He knew, however, that the masses of Argyre were no army capable of invasion and conquest, and instead threatened the other city-states with a bacterial agent that he claimed was capable of infecting and destroying entire settlements. Elysium, Hellas, and the other groves rejected the warlord's demands, believing them an empty threat, and Raksacek, incensed, released the weapon. But both Raksacek and his counterparts had underestimated the destructive power of this plague, for it quickly ravaged the entire planet, wiping out nearly all forms of life on Mars. This was the catastrophe that spurred the surviving Martians' retreat into their dreams, carrying with them only the contents of their consciousness, for their greatest minds had warned that the movement of physical material across this gap could annihilate Mars, both in the dream world and in this one. Though the Elysians have grown desperate enough to compel the humans to serve their needs, Prektesh and his grove mates appeal to the Avatar to assist them of his or her own volition, revealing that if the rescue party can complete the Martians' original plan, to create new forms into which their minds might be transferred, then the Elysians will undoubtedly abandon the bodies of Percival Lowell's group and perhaps aid the humans in their escape from Mars. The most likely solution, the Martians explain, would be to gather the samples and substances required to reinvigorate their natural life cycle, to plant and nurture a live Martian seed until it sprouts a vessel for one of their number to inhabit. With a Martian successfully transplanted back to the real world, the work of resurrecting the rest of their race could begin in earnest. Should this plan fail, however, a second option exists, though one that would demand a formidable effort on the part of the Avatar and his companions. Long ago, one of the Helite Martians, Kaksashek, had begun researching the implications of transferring a Martian consciousness into one of his mechanical automatons, working towards the goal of replacing the frail biological forms of his race with mighty radium-powered bodies of metal. Kaksashek never completed his work, but his laboratory might remain intact, and if the Martians find themselves unable to return to the physical world in their original forms, his research could be their last chance for deliverance. Yet were the rescue party to pursue the Helites' plan, they would need to not only access his laboratory, but also acquire rare mechanical components and energy sources, and most daunting of all, fully reactivate the Martian power grid, which electrified their great pumping stations and experimental devices. Today, Kaksishek's laboratory lies buried beneath a crushing mountain of ice, the tools, materials, and expertise required to manufacture a metal body lost or forgotten, and the power grid slumbering fitfully in the deep darkness of the artificial Martian underworld. And the Avatar would no doubt face opposition on this quest. From the savage Plantimals, from the brutish, degenerate proto-Martians, from the defective automatons, and perhaps from one more enemy whose will may not be their own. For the rescue party wonder, if the Martians of Hellas remained in the dream world, and the Martians of Elysium desperately set upon Percival Lowell and his companions, what of the Martians of Argyre, who once visited a viral apocalypse on their fellows? When the mob of sectarians and seditionists that followed Rasputin delved into Argyre's blackened and polluted ruins, did they find treasures and enlightenment? Or did they find something else lurking there? Something whose greed and hunger for power had been amplified 1,000-fold in the eons of its imprisonment. Something that delighted at the arrival of the Earthmen, seeing in them an opportunity to conquer not just Mars, but all the stars of Sol, and that will stop at nothing until each of the known worlds must choose between dominion or death. If the first Worlds of Ultima was primarily the manifestation of fictional media, a tribute to Lost World literature that, though heavily coloured by the period in which such works had been written, was still inherently fantastical, then the second game is far more closely intertwined with the real-life history that inspired it. Make no mistake though, Martian Dreams is narratively still part of Ultima, something two other retrospectives covering the title insist is to its detriment. Reviews of the game by the CRPG Addict in 2017 and the Digital Antiquarian in 2018 both criticised the Britannian impositions upon its story, namely the premise and several key characters. Jimmy Mayer of the Antiquarian states quite bluntly that, quote, "The worst aspect of the storytelling is Origin's insistence that Martian Dreams fit the overall story of Ultima's Avatar," unquote, and recommends players simply try to ignore any references to Richard Garriott's world. But Chester Bolingbroke of the CRPG Addict had earlier complained the whole problem was that doing so was impossible, that Martian Dreams had been written in such a way as to preclude separating the two. The distinguished Mr. Addict's concern was that, starting with the original Ultimas 5 and 6, Origin had undermined the idea of the Avatar being a player's avatar in favour of making them a distinct character. Though a semi-canonical image of the Avatar as a fantasy Superman had already existed for marketing purposes, Ultimas 5 and 6, the Addict points out, had gone a little further by featuring him and his home in cutscenes. In Ultima 6, the player could choose from either gender and a handful of portraits of different looks and ethnicities, so the real blow came with Savage Empire and enforcing on the Avatar, now canonised visually as roughly the same character as the False Prophet's cover art, a semi-complete backstory with pre-existing friends and companions in the real world. From the CRPG Addict's perspective, Martian Dreams then took one step forward and two back by reinstating the opportunity to pick a female avatar, but also doubling down on the character's predetermined characteristics in the accompanying material, and even worse, formalising the idea in the game's opening and closing cutscenes that the Avatar of Britannia occupies a place in recorded terrestrial history. Personally, I wasn't as bothered by this issue as the Addict, being someone who spends several hours a day sitting at their computer whilst slurping high-fat sugary drinks. I am well represented by the blonde Adonis that appears on screen. However, as the Addict indicated, even if you identify with the Avatar, or ignore the manual, the intro, and the outro, there remains the issue that the setting of Martian Dreams is marred by the presence of several characters belonging to the Garriott-verse. With regards to the Avatar's predetermined companions, two, Spector and Sherman, are obvious stand-ins or composites of Origin staff. Two are seemingly original and one historical. As someone who isn't especially fond of the Ultima setting, or more specifically the Ultima setting being heavily populated by stand-ins for Richard Garriott's Treehouse friends, I was a little put off by the inclusion of the former. However, I think that starting from the point you pop the escape hatch on the space cab cab all the way up to the ending, it's very rare for the world of Martian Dreams to be subverted by Britanniac elements. Of the game's, 30 or 40 NPCs, only a small number are anything other than real historical characters, and many of the Britannians or Origin self-inserts are only present in dream encounters. So I side with the antiquarian on this question of how badly Martian Dreams' story is undermined by its roots in Ultima. I agree with Mayer that once a player boots up the game and gets adventuring, it's not too difficult to push thoughts of YOLO and the 8 virtues from your mind, even if they occasionally attempt to flit across your periphery. That doesn't address the issue of Martian Dreams' narrative and quest design being so linear that they don't give any real opportunity for role-playing, but it does mean we can consider Martian Dreams primarily as a game about history. Returning to our opening point, when we say history, we mean both recorded events of the era and the culture, mostly literary, that accompanied it. The latter blurs the dating a bit. Officially, Martian Dreams is set around the year 1895, differing from our own history in significance on only a single point: that astronomer Percival Lowell discovered a fictional material called phlogistonite, that he and his allies used this discovery to effect the construction of a space cannon at the Chicago 1893 World Fair, and that this cannon fired a couple dozen historical figures to Mars, where proof of previous life was discovered. Complicating the idea of the game being solely about the 1890s is that firstly it's drawing on literature from around 30 or 40 years earlier, as well as fiction published after these events, in an important case around a year after the events of the game, and more nebulously fiction from the early 20th century or later. On top of this, Martian Dreams asserts that events occurring from 1893 to 1895 on Mars would strongly influence the ideas and practices of writers, political philosophers, artists, and craftsmen who would survive for several decades, up to around World War II in some instances. And let's not forget, the game's protagonist and one companion, or possibly two depending on how you interpret it, are citizens of the modern world, well, of 1991 at least. That telepathy and psychic domination are part of the setting, and most egregiously, that the trope of a temporal paradox comes into play, albeit somewhat weakly, that an event in the past relied on visitors from the future. Some of you might therefore dismiss analysis of Martian Dreams in the context of a retro-futurist period piece as being pointless, since Origin left so many loopholes to do whatever they wanted. And sure, this occasionally occurs in-game. The Avatar discovers ruby slippers, for example, and manifests an M60 machine gun, inventions of 1939 and 1952 respectively, because he or she is from the future of this alternate reality and can feasibly see plenty of anachronisms. But we also have plenty of statements from team members like Warren Spector, both from the time of release and written decades later, that tell us Origin were purposefully creating a work that seemed of a particular time, based for the most part on specific works from the 19th century, and featuring various aspects of the Victoriana Spector was so attached to. Notable individuals from the era, in conjunction with socio-cultural and technological trends occurring concurrently to, or even driven by said persons. Martian Dreams, as advertisements made clear, was reality and imagination in one. Although Origin's marketing consistently credited the story behind Martian Dreams to two particular works, Jules Verne's From the Earth to the Moon duology and Herbert George Wells' The War of the Worlds, the list of influences contained in the back of the game's manual is almost exclusively non-fiction, a catalogue of historical and biographical pieces on subjects ranging from the taming of the American West to notable personages of 1890s French stagecraft. This poses a few difficulties in the context of our video because I wasn't able to find an accompanying list from Origin that identified the fiction used to construct the game's setting. Roger Stewart's Computer Gaming World review featured some suggestions, but I believe this was just Stewart making an educated guess, or offering generalized recommendations for players interested in Victorian sci-fi or steampunk. Still, it's beyond question that the game merges fantasy with fact, and the extensive back-page index of works about the latter gels with Warren Spector's insistence that Martian Dreams is essentially about the late Victorian era almost as a whole, including newspaper magnates, political currents, scientific advances, sciences, literature, early cinema, and more. True, some of the citations here lean a bit towards, to put it diplomatically, pop history. It cites Margaret Cheney's Tesla Man Out of Time as a leading influence, for example. But regardless of how snooty or exacting anyone reading the list might be, they wouldn't be able to deny it's oriented more towards Victorian history than just one particular facet of Victorian media. But that means doing a fair overview of how Martian Dreams reflects its source material, scientific, political, cinematic, literary, and otherwise, would be impossible without making a 30-hour video, not to mention require someone who was properly versed in such things. So we'll have to frustrate Spector's ambitions and try to zero in on topics orbiting the central premise of Martian Dreams, that being travelling to Mars in 1895, and how that journey and its outcome dragged with it a hodgepodge of history. This relatively narrow focus still encompasses a lot of different areas of discussion, including late Victorian perceptions of space travel and extraterrestrial life, movements in fact-based fields like astronomy, and obviously fictional representations of the Red Planet in literature or stage, the latter two, in Martian Dreams' case, extending well beyond the Victorian or even Edwardian era. Even in this, we'll barely be skimming the surface. The Worlds of Ultima team touch on a remarkable number of facets of Victorian Mars mania, but still forego covering some of its most overt and relevant characteristics, like how authors used it to comment on the clash of science and religion, the discovery of Mars's moons in 1877, or the way in which it reflected and opined upon changes in the international balance of power, in particular the emerging rivalry between the nascent American empire and its European rivals. So to narrow things down in this way is a more convenient arrangement than trying to acknowledge everything Origin tip their hat to, since there's more than enough material to discuss just by looking at Martian Dreams and taking it as an overview of how perceptions of journeying to the Red Planet, and what might be found there, shifted from around the mid-19th century to the early 20th. And of course, we'll have to consider if and how that worked in the context of a game. We'll talk about a few specific stories and historical events directly linked to the game, and also consult Robert Crossley's 2011 book Imagining Mars, A Literary History, which is an overview of how written media from roughly the Renaissance onwards reflected mankind's image of the Red Planet. So, just as Martian Dreams does, let's begin with perhaps the most iconic symbol of space travel in that era, the interplanetary artillery device from Jules Verne's 1865 novel From the Earth to the Moon. For those unaware, a very quick summary. Verne's story begins with American arms designer Impey Barbicane, who, in a similar manner to the fictional backstory of Origin's game, proposes constructing a giant cannon, whose shells might carry travellers as far as the moon, and permit the annexation of fair and distant Luna into the United States. His plan attracts considerable public support, and most importantly funding and manpower from across the world, but Barbicane's theories are challenged by his bitterest rival, Philadelphian armorist Captain Nickel. A deadly duel is averted only by the actions of Frenchman Michel Ardan, and the three men agree to take the virgin flight, or rather firing, of the newly christened Columbiad. A sequel, 1870s Around the Moon, would chart the continuation of their story, concluding with their return to Earth and retrieval from the ocean. Verne's Space Bullet was not the first time authors had broached the issue of heading to other planets, or even specifically to Mars, but prior to the 19th century, outer space was most commonly depicted as the domain of celestial beings, who conveyed themselves between the stars on beams of light or chariots of fire. Even in stories where mundane forms of humanoid life were present, beings on Mars, for example, so similar to Earthlings that they didn't even merit a visit, they were unlikely to be accessible by the apparently scientific means Barbicane and the heroes of Origin's story use. If man were to journey through space, it would usually be divine providence or other supernatural devices that enabled him to do so. Verne was one of several authors who pioneered what is sometimes seen as the precursor to hard sci-fi, fiction that was not necessarily scientifically accurate even by the standards of its time, but that approached its subject with an understanding of and appreciation for at least some of the physical physical principles involved. Some Victorian writers speculated that spaceflight could be affected by anti-gravity devices, others by the rapid advancements in electricity, and the occasional madman even claimed interplanetary flight might be achieved by way of rockets. However, just as with so much of his so-called predictive fiction, it was Verne's image of cannon-shot projectiles that would come to dominate the popular imagination, and be the technological basis for spaceflight in the Ultima universe. We're a few thousand years short of Kilrathi fighters, you see. In Origin's game, the motivations behind bombarding Mars with bullet-borne tourists are depicted less comedically and as slightly more altruistic, the purpose being peaceful exploration and inquiry rather than incorporating Selene into Pax Americana. But similar to how later commentators would view From the Earth to the Moon, the entire enterprise is portrayed as a forerunner of the future, resulting from the visionary ambitions of great men, the only major difference being that the space canon of Martian Dreams, like alternative Victorian space stories, is reliant on the discovery of a fictional substance, phlogistonite. As Marjorie Hope Nicholson would point out, Jules Verne had rejected the label of prophet or foreseer, insisting that he simply read as widely and enthusiastically as he could, and that the wondrous technologies of which he had written in the 19th century, the motor car, the submarine, or the modern airship, were not his inventions, but based on the speculation and discoveries of earlier authorities. As with Martian Dreams' other major influence, who we'll talk about later, the author's oracular abilities have been a little bit exaggerated. As Verne himself stated, a close study of pre-existing stories of his day undermines the idea that the writer had spontaneously invented a host of new scholarly notions or literary tropes simply out of nowhere. And as is often true, the many cases in which Verne's stories were off in their predictions are conveniently ignored in favour of those that can be characterised as having matched the real course of history. Verne humbly saw himself as dealing in the arena of scientific reality, not in the sense of scientific accuracy or truth, but playing off either established fact or suppositions made by notable figures in the fields of medicine, engineering, geology, and the like. Even when explosively propelling his heroes beyond Earth's atmosphere, his 1865 and 1869 novels were grounded in somewhat scientific concepts, much as authors of the space age would sometimes conceive of and describe concepts that seemed scientific, whatever their actual merits. Largely due to later adaptations of Verne's work, it's sometimes forgotten that the protagonists of From the Earth to the Moon never actually reach their destination in the sense of making landfall. The first book is predominantly concerned with the calculations and costs involved in conceiving and constructing the Columbiad, and ends with its successful firing, whilst the second book is mostly taken up by the protagonists ruminating on the laws of physics as they orbit the moon, a carriage of waste and freeze-dried dog trailing in their wake. So as repellent as it is to some players, it's quite reasonable that Martian Dreams' main quest often involves sourcing materials, fiddling with equipment, and consulting men of learning for advice on chemistry or botany or photography or whatever. Maybe this is why, as noted earlier, the game seems to delight in forcing the player to go step by step through the process of germinating seeds or repairing circuit boards, or why your adventures are frequently interrupted by the need to stomp all the way to some scientific authority and partake of their expertise. I mentioned earlier that a couple of reviewers complained of how certain puzzles stumped them precisely because they were not scientifically accurate, or possibly were accurate to Victorian notions of science rather than modern ones, but it's easy to see why that sort of approach seems appropriate for an adventure game. The 2005 title Voyage Journey to the Moon, which by the way GOG doesn't work on Windows 10, takes a similar approach, demanding players ape the actions of Aryan and company in figuring out the workings of a chemical oxygen generator and similar scientifically inspired activities. So if Spector's intent was to blend educational content, or the mirage of such, with gameplay, then Martian Dreams is undoubtedly paying tribute to Verne here. But though Verne's books expressed great interest in the science of spaceflight, they were, in the case of From the Earth to the Moon and its sequel, slightly evasive, or rather agnostic, on the subject of life in space. The occupants of the space shell, or Michel Ardan at least, are intrigued by the possibility of discovering some form of civilization on Selene, but those strangely shaped mounds and heaps of stones excited discussion of Selenite cities and infrastructure, present or past. In the end, the party glimpse nothing indicative of alien life, conceding only that a more thorough exploration of the moon might prove more rewarding. Verne's conclusion was not too far from contemporaneous 19th century views on alien life, which were themselves not always as distant as one might expect from modern scientific consensus, even if subject to radically different interpretations. Take the 1871 book Star Studies, What We Know of the Universe Outside the Earth, written by the University of Chicago's Elias Colbert, which, though already contradicted in many areas by astronomers writing less than a decade later, was in line with the commonly held belief that what was known of the composition and atmosphere of the planets beyond our own seemed to preclude, though not totally rule out, the likelihood of extraterrestrial life forms, at least according to the principles underlying our notions of material life. In the case of Mars specifically, theories ranged from the wildly optimistic to, at worst, less pessimistic than in the case of other non-Earthian bodies. Whilst some saw on Mars land and seas, others saw a red desert, and geographically, in many respects, Origin's Mars falls on the side of the latter astronomers. In fact, it would fall very close to how the Worlds team would have perceived the real-life Mars in 1991 with the aid of modern science. When the player first steps out of the space bullet, they see before them a dead, red, dusty, and cratered landscape, and similar scenes constitute a good chunk of the landmass on the planet, an image, or reality, of Mars that would be depressingly familiar to the NASA staff responsible for conducting the Mariner exploration program of 1962 to 1973. Significant portions of Ultimanian Mars are made up of the pockmarked plains recorded by the Mariner 4 in 1965, and others taken up by the canyons, dead riverbeds, and quiescent volcanoes spotted by Mariner 9 7 years later. Victorian astronomers did not have the benefits of rocket-propelled robots, but there was sufficient evidence for the more skeptical to assert that Mars was unlikely to be rich in the waters of life. Commonly held by Victorians, expostulating on the sometimes contradictory images seen through their telescopes, was that Mars had red or ochre land, the meaning of which was disputed, as well as, if not seas, then polar ice caps. Though more optimistic astronomers like Colbert speculated that Mars might support living organisms, many agreed that even if that was so, it was not the garden of plenty enjoyed by God's creatures on Earth. But Colbert, for his part, asserted that to render final judgment on non-terrestrial life would be the height of human arrogance, noting that outside the range of Earth's telescopes were incalculable numbers of potentially habitable worlds, and that even within our augmented sight were signs of bodies that could have supported life at some point in the past, our lunar consort, for example, as well as in a handful of cases worlds that might presently host living specimens of flora and fauna. Origin's Mars might, like that portrayed in media today, be dominated by eroded rock, quiet volcanoes, and great red expanses of nothingness, but in the evolving astronomy of the 19th century, there were vast areas of uncertainty in scientific knowledge of the planets, areas that were ripe for speculative fact and fiction. And if life did exist within our own solar system, Mars was one of the few planets that could support it, having, according to Colbert, conditions surprisingly similar to those of Earth, in density, for example, or in possessing indubitable evidences of land and water, and snow on his surface and clouds in his atmosphere. Mars was so close in nature to Earth, and yet so far in specific variances like volume and weight, that life could thrive on Mars, albeit life different to mankind in several key aspects. In Colbert's words, the red planet is, quote, adapted as a residence for rational beings like ourselves, unquote. quote, regardless of whatever physical form they had evolved towards. Colbert's speculations were fueled in part by advances in his own field of astronomy, for in the middle of the century onwards, increasing evidence emerged that, it was claimed, supported the notion Mars retained both significant bodies of water and signs of vegetation. These theories were based on the observations of several different astronomers from a variety of countries, probably the most famous today being Italian Giovanni Schiaparelli and his study of the Great Opposition of 1877. But in the context of Martian Dreams' story, the most important of these was American astronomer Percival Lowell. In Origin's game, Lowell is a seemingly noble figure, a scientific visionary with altruistic intentions, misinformed perhaps, but not dishonest or overly self-interested. Origin's Lowell laments, for example, that the firing of the space cannon and arrival on Mars were not done under proper controlled conditions, and that the entire expedition is lacking a firm scientific grounding. To his contemporary Victorian critics, and even sympathetic and supportive historians of the 20th century, this would seem an astoundingly magnanimous portrayal of Percival Lowell's moderacy and caution in matters pertaining to Mars. This idealized version of Lowell sets the tone for the rest of the game. Where real-life personalities are present, they are, with vanishingly few exceptions, approached with the benefit of the doubt and without judgment. This is, I think, an important theme, and we'll be returning to it several times. Now, Lowell's particular contribution to the game, and to history, was to popularize an image of Mars that endured in the minds of the Victorian public as scientific fact for around a decade into the next century, and endured in fiction for considerably longer. In the 1890s, encouraged by the findings of mid to late century predecessors like William Dawes, Giovanni Schiaparelli, and Camille Flammarion, Lowell conducted his own studies of Mars, determining the world had lost any and all permanent bodies of water, and yet, paradoxically, was replete with incidences of oases and vegetation. The cause of this, he argued to peers and in his 1895 book Mars, were the curious lines spotted on the planet's surface by Schiaparelli and others, lines that he, in partial agreement with Flammarion, insisted bore several important characteristics, that these fine, straight, or sometimes suspiciously curved lines were interconnected to form a web stretching across the entire planet, that they maintained a shocking level of uniformity in certain measurements, that they sometimes converged to form small dots on the landscape, and that, most critically, the paths of these lines could be traced back to Mars's polar ice caps. These suppositions by themselves were the subject of considerable controversy among his scholarly peers, but Lowell's most daring claim was that, based upon this evidence, Mars was crisscrossed with an artificial canal network that siphoned water from the icy reaches of the planet in order to support the continuation of life elsewhere on its surface. Lowell argued that the fine lines glimpsed by telescopes, which seemed to inexplicably expand and contract based on when they were observed, were not the canals themselves, but irrigated strips of land running alongside the canals, whilst the circular or oval dots formed at their junctions were similarly intentional oases of verdancy stalwart against the red desert. Such an undertaking could only be the product of an intelligent and advanced Martian civilization. Lowell's assumptions thus find their form almost 100 years later in Origin's game, in which the colossal black streaks we see on the cover art are, in-game, indeed an artificial waterway constructed, and prior to the events of the story maintained, by a highly sophisticated alien society. In accordance with Lowell's ideas, there is a deliberacy to the canals, which, as the player will discover to be of some relevance later in the main quest, provide a means of transportation between several important locations. It's worth noting that even in the basics, Origin's canals veer away from Lowell's theories. The fact alone, for example, that the Avatar and his companions are able to view the canal network from outer space, even though in-game they're conspicuously missing any water, let alone concurrent strips of irrigated land, or the bluish-green oases that would be so strikingly illustrated in the previously mentioned Cosmopolitan article. By the standards of the Ultima 6 engine, the waterways and their hexagonal paving are of considerable size, but I think you'll agree that lines matching the width of a typical freeway are hardly of the scale necessary to equal what's shown in Loubet's cover piece. Origin probably had some awareness of this, as in the manual, the moving trees of Mars are apparently supposed to congregate near the canals. This just isn't noticeable in-game. In any case, what Spector and his co-conspirators did agree with Lowell on was the idea that the giant waterways, ingenious infrastructural exertions that they were, had been undertaken in the shadow of a dying planet. The entire purpose of the canals, Lowell stated, was to draw water from Mars's shrinking polar ice caps, to support a society that had long ago been forced to retreat from its dried-out oceans. The Martians, though no doubt more competent and intelligent than we, were nonetheless victims of desertification on a planetary scale, forced to adapt to an existence on a world where what Lowell calls the broad physical conditions of the planet were, over the course of millennia, becoming increasingly antagonistic to what Victorian science tells us were the prerequisites of material life. This is true in Origin's version of Mars, where terrestrial explorers at first uncover only rocks and ruin, red sand, and sterile Martian steel. As they dig into the planet's history, it soon becomes clear that atmospheric and environmental changes were key to the development and direction of Martian civilization, changes that would lead to the sub-zero temperatures, parched deserts, violent dust storms, and thinning atmosphere encountered by the Avatar's party. As we'll see later, though, Origin seemed to have adopted a less deterministic attitude than Lowell regarding the causes and implications of societies affected by harsh planetary conditions. Besides, questions of scale and Martian climatology are only one side to how the Worlds of Ultima team represented Victorian views of Mars. The nature of extraterrestrial life was also a major theme, and it's where Martian Dreams starts to edge towards the twilight of the 19th century, as well as revisiting fictional depictions of Mars rather than what to Percival Lowell and his confederates were assumptions derived from real life. Lowell might have thought himself dealing in scientific fact, but his theories by no means constituted a scientific consensus. Privately, even Lowell's own assistants turned out to harbour doubts as to, if not his honesty, then at least the scientific rigour of his ideas. Unsurprisingly, however, Victorian society was far more enervated by the prospect of Mars's blood-red surface being occupied by ancient and awesome alien civilizations, capable of effecting titanic terraforming projects, than they were the cruel, unimaginative, and dispiriting argument that signs of life on Mars were merely the result of optical illusions. Happily for us, in the 1890s, small-minded naysayers were brushed aside by the fervour among the public and creative types for stories of extraterrestrial empires of alt-human and inhuman life forms. But the way in which Martian life and society was portrayed by such media was not necessarily in line with Lowell's estimations. Speculation, or more specifically scientific speculation, as to what form life among the stars might take had already been collated in sources like Elias Colbert's 1871 book. In the case of Mars, Colbert intimated that whatever race had achieved dominance over the planet would likely be humanity's superior, explaining how it may be that they have attained to a higher stage of mental development than we have, for the double reason that the planet appears to have been habitable some thousands of years longer than our Earth, and also that the extremes of temperature are greater, the latter stimulating inventive ingenuity, as in lesser degrees with ourselves. Lowell advanced a similar argument in his writings, and cited the planet-wide canal network as evidence that only a race of supreme intelligence and rationality could have constructed such a wonder, for irrigation, unscientifically conducted, would not give us such truly wonderful mathematical fitness in the several parts to the whole as we there behold. But Lowell took these suppositions to what he felt were their logical conclusion, arguing that any race having progressed so far in, as he put it, the journey of life, would not only be mankind's scientific and technological betters, but by necessity also are superior in morality and the social order. He observed of the Canals that a mind of no mean order would seem to have presided over the system we see, a mind certainly of considerably more comprehensiveness than that which presides over the various departments of our own public works. Party politics, at all events, have had no part in them, for the system is planet-wide. Lowell would elaborate on this idea in later works, such as Mars and its Canals, in which he asserted that the brutish, fractured, and self-absorbed nations of Earth could not possibly collaborate in a project akin to the gigantic waterways of Mars. Whatever race had constructed the Canals had undoubtedly built a social edifice of utopian character, for, he wrote, forced on us in conclusion is the necessarily intelligent and non-bellicose character of the community which could thus act as a unit throughout its globe. War is a survival among us from savage times, and affects now chiefly the boyish and unthinking element of the nation. The wisest realize that there are better ways for practicing heroism and other and more certain ends of ensuring the survival of the fittest. To Lowell, therefore, the Martian Canals were self-evidently proof that, though likely of wildly different biology to our own, whatever species inhabited Mars was a model of social, political, and intellectual progressiveness. And Origin's Martians are not only physically afar from mankind, but also seem at first well above the station of the Victorians, and ourselves, in technology, engineering, and culture. Their cities may have been adapted to the peculiarities of their lanky appendages, but they were also models of aesthetic beauty and artistic expression. Material needs had been obviated by the construction of mechanical automatons, who served as a self-sufficient labour force that toiled without complaint in great power plants and foundries located beneath the surface. Socially and politically, each grove appeared to live in relative harmony with both itself and its neighbours, individual Martians serving a specific and highly specialised role, and the nature of their biology, which assured the continuation of genetic memories across each generation so long as the Martian soil remained in good health, appeared to incentivise environmental sustainability. For the most part, what the game tells us of Martian civilization is somewhat close to what Percival Lowell had inferred from 19th century science. Unlike Lowell, however, Origin does not characterize the Martians as a highly advanced race that has shrewdly adapted to inexorable change in planetary conditions on Mars. No, Origin's Martians are dead, if not gone, as a result of one significant variance in the character of their society, that being that they were not a completely utopian society, and were in fact themselves partly the cause of the planet's decline. It's here that the Worlds of Ultima team probably drew more heavily from end-of-the-century media about Mars, and likely beyond that, because Lowell's highly optimistic view of a hypothetical Martian society, and by extension his views on the inevitable trajectory of any super-advanced civilization, were not shared by every writer. In 1894's Journey to Mars by Gustavus Pope, Arctic explorers find themselves on a futuristic but also quasi-feudalistic planet of predominantly red, green, and blue Marsmen, politically and in specific cases racially demarcated into various kingdoms, a civilization that is both spacefaring and seagoing, as at home in electrical-powered spacecraft, as clad in crystalline armour and riding atop giant Venusian seahorses. The dukes and princes of this Mars reply to personal affronts with a drawn sword, and some nations tremble on the brink of either full-scale war or bloody revolution. These Martians, however, are still a far cry from those depicted in Origin's game, who are certainly scientifically developed, but exhibit no trace of medieval or chivalric characteristics, nor are their troubles the product of kingly ambitions or early modern statecraft. To arrive at something a little closer to where the Worlds of Ultima team looked for inspiration, we have to move forward a few years, past Verne, Lowell, and Pope, and look to the author of Martian Dreams' second major influence, the pensman of 1897's The War of the Worlds. A science teacher in his abortive early career, H.G. Wells was not as committed to scientific accuracy, or at least scientific plausibility, as Jules Verne, but his writing was nevertheless heavily inspired by emergent and hypothetical trends in the fields of technology, engineering, and warfare. In Wells's book, conditions on Mars have not shepherded the formation of a utopian society, but rather a rapacious militaristic race who have drained their own world of its natural resources and see other species as little more than sustenance. A society, in Wells' words, as terrifying and repulsive in their habits as humanity might seem to an intelligent rabbit. Armouring their frail physical forms in mechanical war machines, the Martians use space cannons to launch an invasion of Earth, and, it's implied, of Venus, using their superior technology to annihilate opposition with disintegrating heat rays and smoky chemical weapons, and then begin terraforming the conquered territories. The Martians of H.G. Wells have, like Lowell's, risen well above the station of mankind, but in, as Wells puts it, reaching a suppression of the animal side of the organism by the intelligence, they have not attained the height of ethical or philosophical development, but instead turned their cold intellect to the enslavement, exploitation, and extermination of the lower races. If, as it seems, these Martians have progressed past Lowell's party politics, then it is only out of racial self-interest, in uniting as a merciless interplanetary empire to better project its power against neighbouring worlds. In fiction, the spacemen of the late 19th and early 20th century were oft-times not enlightened Lowellian figures, but rather less pleasant peoples. Not all were derived from scientific speculation. Adaptations of Jules Verne's work, such as the 1875 French opera A Trip to the Moon, envisioned explorers discovering planets inhabited by fantastical feudalistic kingdoms, subject to the same vices as those of Earth. Pope's story, as we've seen, imagined a Mars of knights and magicians cognizant of electricity, propulsion, and telepathy, but primarily acting in the interests of personal honour, national pride, or laws of royal succession. And the 1898 novel Edison's Conquest of Mars, astronomer Garrett Putnam's Service's follow-up to the heavily edited American release of The War of the Worlds, would combine both approaches, set in a universe in which Wellesian science coexisted with whimsical fantasy. This story depicted Martian civilization as analogous to an absolutist colonial European empire, but one organized according to scientific principles of selective breeding and a bioengineered caste system, and utilizing advanced technology like spacecraft, armored cars, heat rays, and oxygen pills. Thus, by the eve of the 20th century, the Mars of Victorian space fiction could feasibly host anything from a socio-political Elysium to a monstrous biochemical empire of amorphous blood-drinking blobs. The Martian Dreams team can therefore be forgiven for complicating their setting by featuring an empire of chlorophyllous city-states dramatically undone by the actions of Argyre's tyrannical arborist. The inhabitants of Origin's red planet are, or were, more sophisticated than mankind in virtually all aspects of a civilized species, as Lowell had asserted a century prior, but they are also tainted by Wells's pessimism, the Argyrians in particular having fallen prey to petty self-interest, and their master consumed by greed and lust for power. On Lowell's Mars, injurious planetary conditions effect or are adjacent to a race uniting, transcending its limitations, and reaching what to mankind would seem the apex of civilizational achievement. Yet on Origin's Mars, that race fractures, accelerates the process of environmental decline, and almost annihilates itself. Although Martians in the Ultima universe are not as congenitally soulless and destructive as those in War of the Worlds, nor as emotionally and spiritually bankrupt as in some other 19th century works, they are not exactly model citizens either. By the time of the Avatar's arrival, only the Hellites are a reasonably benign faction. The Elysians, though not evil, are desperate enough to act immorally, and the Argyrians certainly do not appear to have spent the eons in repentance and reflection on their past deeds. So in a very broad sense, the aliens of Origins game are roughly period appropriate, combining some elements of scientific speculation from the era with a mix of contemporaneous pop culture depictions of Mars from Wells and elsewhere. That said, what exactly Argyre and its evil overlord represent in the context of Victorian fiction isn't clear. The antagonists of Martian Dreams are certainly not the monstrous and unknowable intelligences of H.G. Wells's story. On the contrary, they frequently bluster and taunt and sneer imperiously, cackling evilly and delivering villainous monologues as well as any occupant of the stage. Nor do the Argyrians and their leader seem directly inspired by the court of the Emperor in Edison's conquest of Mars. Origin's antagonist is no Sun King nor Kaiser, nor is Argyre described as being organised in accordance with medieval or early modern socio-political systems. From reading the in-game text and the various feelies produced by Origin, it seems like the poisoned and polluted city is almost akin to a 19th century socialist pamphleteer's depiction of capitalist excess. In the game's clue book, Nellie Bly describes it as having devoted its energies to manufacturing, trading its goods for the soil and seeds it needed to create more workers, and that Raksacek had initially attempted to dominate the other groves by manipulating the laws of supply and demand. Bly likens Argyre to a modern industrial town in America, a city dedicated to the production of goods, with no thought for the comfort of its inhabitants. The barge station, easily accessible and larger than any other we found, and observes that as a result of its arborists' policies, Argyre's atmosphere grew similar to that found in our Earthian industrial communities. Dank, dark, smoky, smelly, crowded, and oppressive. When the party reaches the city in-game, Emma Goldman, one of the few NPCs present, rants about steel mills and coal mines, and of the avaricious Andrew Carnegie's monopolization of expeditionary supplies. Rather than, as in the other cities, being populated by artists and philosophers and intellectuals, the rest of the city is made up of thugs, gangsters, and spies. Original characters who, to my knowledge, have no direct historical analogies, presumably meant to represent a cross between Pinkertonite strikebreakers, secret police, and the parasitical criminal element that preyed upon the lower classes of such communities. In conjunction with the game's backstory, Argyre seems intertwined with themes of industrialization and environmentalism. I'm not entirely sure, however, that this element of the story is an especially Victorian one, as counterintuitive as that might sound. Did Victorians deal in allegory to comment on social, economic, and political trends? Sure. War of the Worlds, for example, can certainly be read in those ways, one of its inspirations reportedly being a conversation between H.G. Wells and his brother on the European colonization of Tasmania. But in the context of turn-of-the-century depictions of Mars, and more specifically this rendition of it, with an almost Dickensian industrial town existing alongside utopian plant cities, I'm not sure there's a clear Victorian literary precedent for that, though I'll stress I'm not an expert on the topic. The idea of an advanced society inevitably progressing towards annihilation has precedent. At the end of the time machine, the narrator thinks back to how the protagonist had, quote, thought but cheerlessly of the advancement of mankind, and saw in the growing pile of civilization only a foolish heaping that must inevitably fall back upon and destroy its makers in the end. But I don't think Martian society in the Ultima universe is a reference to this. A Wellsian message would involve the Martians more or less collectively progressing towards doom, not one random, solitary space Hitler/capitalist robber baron and his industrial nightmare state ruining everything for the rest of the planet. Rather, it seems to me this eco-socialist imposition is an example of how Origins sometimes leapfrogged the very end of the Victorian era and instead dipped their feet in mid-20th century media. Being a clever fellow, or fellow-s, sorry, you've no doubt wondered why we haven't really discussed fiction of the 1900s referenced by the game, such as H.G. Wells' 1901 story The First Men in the Moon, or Georges Méliès' famous cinematic adaptation of Verne's novel, the 1902 film A Trip to the Moon. One reason is that I think we've already covered a lot of what makes those works relevant to Martian Dreams, as they're mostly derivative of 19th century media. The Méliès short and the earlier 1875 opera of the same name are quite similar to pre-1877 and even pre-Victorian fiction, in that the aliens are either fantastical, quasi-medieval, or a fairly straightforward copy of some other historical human society. Otherwise, they seem to draw from Verne or Wells. As for First Men in the Moon, the pseudo-scientific aspects of how Wells' protagonists go into orbit, the gravity-warping Cavorite and spherical spacecraft, were present in earlier literature, as were, loosely speaking, the inscrutable insectoid Selenites, a race in which every citizen knows his place, for he is born to that place, and the elaborate discipline of training and education and surgery he undergoes fits him at last so completely to it that he has neither ideas nor organs for any purpose beyond it. Biology aside, the eugenic socialist society of the Moon Dwellers and their big-brained leader, the Great Lunar, is not that wildly different to the science fantasy Renaissance aliens of Edison's Conquest of Mars, and quite similar to what's known of War of the Worlds' aliens. And although there's no proof either way, any of these works, or similar ones from the era, could easily have inspired the society of Martian Dreams, so there's not much new to say about them. The other reason I don't think we need to get into early 1900s stories is that, in my opinion, Origin's writers, maybe even Warren Spector himself, were deliberately incurious as to the direction Victorian space literature took as it entered the 20th century. Because though historically Percival Lowell's claims of titanic canal networks and advanced Martian civilizations became increasingly untenable, undermined by advances in astronomy and further research performed, for example, by Eugene Antoniadi, Lowell's ideas remained popular among the public well into the Edwardian period. And in the 1900s, it was not the scientific fiction of Verne that thrived in this context, but the less plausible and more exciting stories later dubbed planetary romances, or sword and planet fiction, media that at its most serious was akin to War of the Worlds, but more often than not strayed closer to the heroics of Journey to Mars or Edison's Conquest. This period witnessed the stirrings of the pulp genre, and perhaps one of the most famous specimens of both pulp and early modern space literature was, of course, 1912's Under the Moons of Mars, better known today by its later title, A Princess of Mars. Even if not directly inspiring it, much of what made Edgar Rice Burroughs' work iconic was present in the works we've already cited: titanic Martian waterways, ancient civilizations of many hues struggling with savagery on a dying world, gravity-defying acrobatics, and so on. Thus, for example, whilst the Aryan beauty of Edison's Conquest of Mars may not be directly comparable to the tawny princess of Barsoom, the latter is somewhat reminiscent of the beautiful, yellow-skinned princess who entrances the protagonist of Journey to Mars. Similarly, the clash of airships and empires, or dueling red, green, and blue races in Burroughs' 1912 work, would not be alien to anyone who had previously read Pope's 1894 story or Garrett P. Service's 1898 serialization. It's surprising, then, that John Carter's adventures do not seem to have been a major influence on Martian Dreams. Origin do briefly acknowledge the Barsoom series here and there, the radium guns, an occasional line in the supplementary materials, for example, but it is Wells and Verne who are much more frequently referenced in and out of the game, both by name and inspiration. Verne's novels are littered across the surface. Georges Méliès and H.G. Wells are plot-relevant NPCs, and the setting in general is, to paraphrase the manual, far from the dead planet known to modern science, but not as wild and fantastic as the one depicted by Edgar Rice Burroughs in the John Carter books. Technically speaking, you could argue that, in act and deed, the perfectly proportioned avatar is, in fact, the protagonist of a planetary romance. He does, after all, carve or blast his way through hundreds of beasts, automatons, and proto-Martian barbarians in pursuit of his goal. However, as Scorpia pointed out at the time, this aspect of the game does not feel integral to the whole. It feels like a byproduct of the game being a discount spin-off of another game. You wave your saber around and kill things only because you are playing a repackaged CRPG. The avatar does not cross swords with a Martian prince, nor lead a fleet of airships into battle, nor scoop up a voluptuous alien princess in his taut and heavily muscled arms. Martian Dreams does not feel like a pulp story. It feels more like a halfway point between Verne and Wells, a journey of scientific inquiry undertaken with elephant rifles and ray guns at the party's side. Granted, Origin do throw in the occasional sop, a flash of nudity, the occasional roar of an explosion, to mollify ape men like myself, but overall the Worlds of Ultima team seem to have undertaken the second title in the series as a tribute to the marvels of science and society, rather than as a celebration of the baser instincts. So why was this route taken? Why would the team make a game about this subject matter, and then practically ignore one of its most famous byproducts? There are a few possibilities. One is originality. Burroughs had already been referenced in Savage Empire, and the leads working on the original Worlds of Ultima, like Aaron Alston, had drowned it in pulpy Lost World themes. Maybe the Martian Dreams team felt either they or the audience had too recently dined on two-fisted adventure and half-naked jungle ladies to be receptive to yet another helping of the stuff. Alternatively, it could simply be a matter of dating. A Princess of Mars was serialized in 1912 and not published as a novel until 1917, well past the Victorian era, past even the Edwardian period. Perhaps it was believed such themes would be incongruent with a story rooted in the mid to late 19th century, despite having come from earlier texts. But I suspect a third reason for the decision to omit Burroughs, linked to my earlier suggestion that Origin had looked to much later 20th century fiction for inspiration. As we saw earlier, Spector considered Martian Dreams an educational experience, and had championed the project partly out of his personal affection for the personalities and historical trends present in the 1890s, which he felt paralleled modernity. A telling reference to the game can be found in a 2013 interview with Spector, which I'll quote in full. "When I think about making a game like Martian Dreams, I immediately think back to things like Time and Again by Jack Finney. Everything that you do in your life should inform your work, and if your life is, I sit around and play Call of Duty or World of Warcraft 20 hours a day, you're not having any life experience that is going to make your games unique and interesting." Unquote. That Spector would think of Martian Dreams in that context, the idea of understanding games as a single cog in the machinery of culture, is relevant here because it points towards Spector, and likely some other members of the team, as having attached to the second Worlds of Ultima a certain level of respect as an educational tool. The quasi-scientific writings of Verne and H.G. Wells might seem worthy of inclusion in that sort of game. The juvenile trappings of a planetary romance like a Princess of Mars, less so. In Robert Crosley's book, such works are covered in a chapter smirkingly titled Masculinist Fantasies, in which the author makes no attempt to hide his disdain for the sword and planet genre or the attitudes of the people who might enjoy them. Throughout the section are numerous passages in the same vein as the following, quote, "How much the willfully anti-literary bent of the masculinist writers about Mars rationalizes a slenderness of talent may be a matter of opinion, but the unjust reputation of science fiction for artistic sloppiness and carelessness with language owes a large debt to writers of this school." Crossley, like many critics, takes personal affront to everything from the style to the tone to the politics of the genre, and clearly feels that the popularity of pulp literature is inversely proportional to its cultural value. So I'm speculating, obviously, but intellectual antipathy towards planetary romances would also explain why there seems to be a gap in Martian Dreams' influences, why there are references to mid to late 19th century literature, and references to mid mid-ish or mid-late 20th century material, but not much from the intervening years. Because if Verne was a precursor to a serious sort of science fiction, and Edison's Conquest of Mars or the Barsoom series more of a pulpy space opera type, then the former didn't really pick up until quite some time into the 20th century. The golden age of science fiction is often classed as sometime around the 40s or 50s, and the works popularly considered serious-minded classics of the genre tend to hail from the 50s, 60s, and 70s. This is especially true if you peruse timelines and histories of science fiction pertaining specifically to Mars and Martian civilizations. You'll see these sorts of lists mention War of the Worlds from 1897, then move to Princess of Mars in 1912 or 1917, sometimes with a passive-aggressive comment regarding its literary worth. But quite frequently you'll then see these articles jump ahead all the way to the middle of the century, skipping numerous fictional trips to Mars in favour of Ray Bradbury's The Martian Chronicles from the 1950s, or Robert Heinlein's Stranger in a Strange Land from the 60s, or other famous stories. Now, if Origin intended Martian Dreams to be a period-appropriate piece, then the game really shouldn't be too heavily coloured by later works, beyond a bit of osmosis in the art direction and such. But that seems to be how they sometimes approached the setting, because even the name itself betrays a story inspired not by Victorian literature, but by media from the mid-20th century and beyond. The dreams in question, and the dream machines that invoke them, are characterised in and out of the game according to psychoanalytic principles. A youngish Freud is used to explain how the id, ego, and superego, as they were later translated into English, are the source, or rather the fuel, for the visions experienced by the Avatar and his companions. The Martian devices tap into the subconscious, according to the game, and create scenarios based on their hopes and fears, populated by id creatures derived thereof. The problem with this concept is that whilst Freud published The Interpretation of Dreams in 1899, Freud's formalization of the id, ego, and superego, which were not even his terms, comes from his 1920s publications, but more importantly took much longer than that to filter through to fiction. The exact date Freud published his explanations isn't the issue, but whether 19th century authors would have discussed it in this way. The idea of Victorian-era creatures being explicitly described as physical manifestations of the id seems a little out of place, more of a later sci-fi trope, used in 1956's Forbidden Planet, for example, and the alternate reality vignettes of the dream world seem less Georges Melies or Jules Verne and more Ray Bradbury. In addition to the id creatures, the dream machines are described in a way that seems out of place for a Victorian-era story. In one of the 1991 previews, Jeff George characterizes them as technology used and abused without the benefit of caution, wisdom, and understanding, adding that they are representative of the use of mind-altering escapist devices for empty pleasure. In case that wasn't clear enough, the game's director summed up the Martian dream machines as metaphoric for the recreational pharmaceuticals of our own world. There's not necessarily anything anachronistic about exploring the issue of recreational drugs in the late Victorian period. This was, after all, the century of the Opium Wars, and the popularization of heroin and cocaine for, ostensibly, medicinal purposes. But again, in this particular context, strapping into a chair, escaping to virtual worlds, and finding oneself psychologically incapable of returning to reality, it doesn't feel period appropriate. Wells's time machine traveled through time, not electrical signals between the brain. If anything, it sounds more like something from cyberpunk fiction, and I therefore wonder if, recalling his original vision for Martian Dreams, it's no coincidence that Jeff George is the individual explaining these concepts in the article. A futuristic Freud aside, it's definitely small elements of the Martian rather than human side of the story that can feel slightly ahead of the 19th century. The whole concept of the mechanical automatons toiling in huge power plants underground, the psychic and telekinetic berries that also let one converse with sentient machinery, the completion of the metal body, transfer of consciousness, and fashioning of a pseudo-organic skin. It may be Origin wanted to pay tribute to contemporaneous interest in paranormalism with elements of these, which was certainly discussed and crept into Victorian space literature, and to Victorian notions of a a civilization that was entirely automated thanks to the wonders of steam or electricity, but it comes across as post turn of the century in its depictions of psychic powers and telekinesis and robots. My guess is Spector, or whoever wrote these parts, was referencing the birth of literary interest in radioactivity and its scientific or spiritual implications, and trying to merge that with 19th century ideas of a fully automated civilization. Or maybe the concept of steam or radium-powered robots clanging and clanking away in smoggy underground factories is a slightly obtuse reference to the underworld of the Time Machine, crossed with Edisonian ideals of electrified cities serviced by subterranean power plants. Besides, the idea of the automatons and the planet-wide power network is not by itself un-Victorian. Two possible influences directly related to Martian Dreams' subject matter spring to mind. One is Nikola Tesla's claim from the 1890s onwards that his tell-automatic toy battleships, the destructive terrors, as Mark Twain excitedly dubbed them, were precursors to an era of wars fought not by men but artificial entities of wood or steel, first remotely operated and then one day of independent minds. A second potential inspiration, particularly as it relates to the Maschinenmensch, is the 1886 novel The Future Eve, a sort of spiritualist scientific romance wherein Thomas Edison constructs a startlingly lifelike android woman for an acquaintance. So whilst some of their visual designs might be post-Victorian, the basic premise of automatons is not necessarily anachronistic. Even so, Tesla's 19th century and 1900 writings seem a little too generalized to match Origin's automatons, and the French story, though extremely close to the Kaxishek side quest on specific plot points, is very obviously a story of its day in its references to technology and paranormalism. Martian Dreams automatons, radium-powered robots working away in the undertunnels, killing machines scouring the wastes, and a live bronze humanoid femdroid hidden in the laboratory of an extraterrestrial scientist have the air of 20th century media. I think the whole thing seems more like, say, 1936's Planet Plane, where the dying Martians have left their malfunctioning mechanical minions to roam freely over and under Mars. Or again, going by some of the visual designs, it might even be inspired by later fiction from the space age. Still, like I said, I'm not too widely read. I'll probably get some upset comments telling me I've missed another 19th century story with exactly the same premise. And I don't want to overstate the issue. As I said before, I think overall the game feels fairly in tune with the zeitgeist of the 1890s. But I do think that there are signs that in trying to steer the game away from Burroughs and early space pulp, the Worlds of Ultima team ended up veering ever so slightly into the wrong period. Still, even the aforementioned, possibly anachronistic aspects of the story and setting have been suffused with genuine history. Whether the Worlds of Ultima team is truly Victorian or not, it is inventor Thomas Edison who repairs a Martian engine, artisan Louis Comfort Tiffany who facets a jeweled power source, Police Commissioner Theodore Roosevelt who assists the party in identifying suspected thieves, stage actress Sarah Bernhardt who lends her expertise in disguising artificial flesh. This, based on what Spector has said about the game, was at the heart of its educational utility, the transplanting of historical figures of the Victorian era to an alternate history Mars. So it's only fair that we draw back a little from nitpicking its authenticity as neo-Victorian fiction and take a look at how it all works as a whole. After all, Spector, who you might recall cited Jack Finney's 1970s sci-fi story Time and Again as one of his favourite novels, opens his time travel adventure in a manner not too dissimilar to Finney's narrative, with the conceit of a mysterious letter seemingly out of time, and, again like the novelist, is willing to massage the timeline slightly to fit certain historical elements into the same story. So why did the Worlds of Ultima team include the real-life people and technologies that they did, and how do they work together as a coherent setting? First of all, it's interesting that Origin chose these particular historical figures to populate its world. Steampunk does not often include characters like Wyatt Earp, Calamity Jane, George Washington Carver, Mark Twain, Robert Peary, or William Randolph Hearst. The year before Martian Dreams was released, cyberpunk authors William Gibson and Bruce Sterling published the alt-history steampunk novel The Difference Engine. I point this out not because it necessarily inspired Martian Dreams in any way, though Sterling was an acquaintance of and acknowledged influence on Warren Spector, but to mention that the book was, geographically and culturally speaking, comparatively egalitarian in splitting the action roughly equally between three locales: the United States, Great Britain, and France. Alt-19th century steampunk has tended to prioritise Victorian England or the British Empire over the alternatives, and though there is now, for example, a complementary francophone subgenre, I think that in the 1990s Origin were crafting a more American flavour of steampunk. Despite the presence of several prominent Europeans, by which I, of course, do not mean to include Englishmen, the inhabitants of Mars are broadly of the Yankee persuasion. It was an American astronomer and an American newspaper magnate who conceived the original expedition. Another American was the father of the second. Several American inventors are among the 1893 and 1895 camps, American authorities are prominent in Elysium and Olympus, and an American journalist is the player's permanent companion. When the player encounters traders, they are the entrepreneurial frontiersmen of the Old West, and when they delve into the Martian mines, they discover grimy prospectors who could have stepped straight out of the Alaskan gold rush. In an interview with the Lake Geneva fanzine from the 2010s, Spector recalls Martian Dreams being an expression of his interest in the parallels between the 1890s and the modern day. New technologies like the telegram, phonograph, and camera, new industries and business models, the extreme wealth and extreme poverty. And despite characters like Bernhardt and Melies, these trends, as they appear in Martian Dreams and its manuals, come from an American perspective. American folk icons, the perils of American industrial towns, the clash of rivals in American science and American journalism. That gives the Mars of Martian Dreams a distinctly different flavour to, say, the setting of Space 1889. Although Origin's game was marketed using similar language to that of Frank Chadwick's tabletop product, the question of what if the scientific fables of Verne and Company had actually come true, and Thomas Edison is central to 1889's background lore, the universe of the pen and paper game is predominantly of a colonial British quality. The Mars of 1889 is strongly analogous to the imperial holdings of the 19th century European powers, with a pro-British cosmopolitan elite ensconced at its capital, but the rest of the land carved up between squabbling canal princes, nomadic hill Martians, and savage tribalistic High Martians. The CRPG adaptation of 1889 matches this tone, with the main quest initially pitting the player against agents of the German Empire interfering in Alt-Britain's colonial sphere of influence. But this highlights another significant difference between the world of 1889 and the one crafted by Origin for Martian Dreams, that the former is the premise for an entire setting, but the latter built only for a single self-contained story. Adventures in 1889 take place within the framework of an established universe, battling pirates down the Martian waterways, undertaking secret missions for the Crown, plumbing the hollow interior of Luna, and so on. But Martian Dreams' main quest sort of is its setting. The background was established before the player starts the game, but the player's actions undo the entire thing. According to Through the Moongate, the Worlds of Ultima team received but one mandate from Richard Garriott regarding the game's story and setting, that it could not change the course of established history. That puts Martian Dreams in a tricky situation. The entire basis for the plot is that various historical figures have become stranded on Mars, yet back in the real world, earthly authorities forbade the team from concluding the narrative with a status quo that deviated from historical fact. That's a shame because from a world-building perspective, the conceit of sending various icons of Victorian science, politics, and culture out to a distant astronomical body, upon which they discover both proof of extraterrestrial life and hyper-advanced technology, is a sterling basis for a CRPG setting. As we've seen, even before the Victorian era, outer space played host to hypothetical utopias, usually of a spiritual or religious sort, and in Verne's day, some authors saw Mars or the Moon as an easel upon which they projected their notions of societies ordered according to earthly principles of science or good governance. Lowell imagined a Mars that had transcended nationalistic self-interest, whilst Wells envisioned a lunar race organised and evolved along eugenicist lines. In 1908, revolutionary writer Alexander Bogdanov's Red Star portrayed Herdesha as a socialist paradise, one that might serve as a perfect model for Bolshevik Russia, assuming, as its protagonist would soon learn, the Martians did not execute their plan to exterminate mankind. Then, the mid-20th century saw sci-fi authors like Ray Bradbury chart the progression of a human colony on Mars, followed by Robert Heinlein's tale of a Martian envoy extolling to Earthmen the virtues of sexual liberty. But authors also used Mars as a cautionary tale. In Percy Gregg's 1880 novel Across the Zodiac, Martian society has evolved through eons of progress far beyond the social and governmental experiments of humanity, discarding religion, achieving and subsequently overthrowing a state of universal communism, and by the time Gregg's protagonist has reached the planet, technologically developed to the point of its inhabitants living a life mostly free of material wants, yet so morally and spiritually wretched that bonds of affection have been dissolved, immediate and obvious self-interest is valued as the highest of Martian principles, and torture is the preferred pastime of the masses. And in physician Gustavus Pope's 1894 story, Martian society has been undermined by miscegenation, for the Pluto-Martians, having fled their own planet, have degraded both their own noble race and those of Mars through generations of intermarriage with the native aristocracy. One mixed kingdom, descended from the Plutonian line, is now a nation of mongrels numbering over 3,000 million and holding the balance of power in the southern hemisphere, an aggressive, querulous state populated by half-breeds of severe moral, mental, and physical degeneracy who slaughtered or exiled those purebred Plutonians that refused to partake in the degradation of their race. In case the message wasn't clear enough, as the author or narrator observed in the accompanying footnote, the laws of heredity are as inexorable on Mars as they are on Earth, and intelligent men of both planets should regard with abhorrence the semi-savage and barbarous admixtures resulting from such corruptive practices, the consequences of which could already be glimpsed in the deteriorating stock of Central and South American peoples. Utopian or dystopian versions of Mars tended to be most obviously analogous to mankind when their peoples were of roughly similar biology. Many such stories involved Martians that were a little taller or stronger or differently coloured than human men and women, but close enough that parallels could be made in policy making, relations between the sexes, tax reform, or anything the author felt strongly about. That's tough to apply to Martian Dreams, since the Mars folk are so inhuman, as radically different to us as Wells' aliens in War of the Worlds or First Men in the Moon. They're not so different that intimations can't be made as to their motivations, which can seem akin to humanity's at times, but they are different enough that I doubt Origin were proposing we all build footbaths, plant ourselves in the soil, and reorient our society around the cultivation and bartering of seeds. Even the monstrousness of Wellsian aliens could sometimes be seen to represent a possible evolutionary path for humanity. In War of the Worlds, for example, a fear of humanity becoming brains without bodies, minds without hearts. But this was not something I felt being communicated about Origin's Martians, either in-game or in the accompanying literature. And whether the plant people were close or far from humanity, the trajectory of their civilization seems relevant to ours only in the very generalized idea of environmental destruction. Unlike certain races or kingdoms in Pope or Greg or Wells's stories, Martian society as a whole is not depicted as having evolved into something disreputable. It was specifically the Argyrian faction who dragged their species in the wrong direction. In any case, the decision to emphasize Martians as biologically distinct from Homo sapiens unfortunately robs us of that staple of the planetary romance, the Martian princess. In literature, human-like species on Mars were often, conveniently enough, both anatomically and ethnically close to whatever red-blooded man had managed to make it to the planet, whether a Russian revolutionary or an American officer, either due to extremely distant shared ancestry or some other justification. Gustavus Pope might have regarded with great distaste the results of couplings between different peoples, but he happily conceded the value of blood alliances between different nationalities of the same race. How lucky for the protagonist of Journey to Mars to discover on the red planet specimens like the yellow-hued Princess Sulamia, whose racial heritage is determined by the author to be appropriate for an American man. Had the Martian Dreams team sampled slightly different sources from the era, players may well have witnessed on Mars an artificial woman built upon Victorian ideals of female beauty, for Pope describes the Martian ladies as combining in feminine qualities the amiability and gentleness of the Anglo-Saxon, the modesty and ingenuousness of the German, the voluptuousness of the Circassian, the fire and dash of the Greek, the mingled gravity and sweetness of the Spanish, the esprit and vivacity of the French, and the high spirit, independence, and refinement of the American. Unfortunately, we've overextended ourselves because Martian Dreams doesn't attempt to instruct players in matters of love, just as it fails to impart lessons on the virtues or vices of selective breeding, automation, or space Bolshevism. In the Ultima universe, neither plant man nor human society seems built around Victorian socio-political aspirations, and thus, to our detriment, we may never know if Origin ever intended Martian Dreams to be interpreted as a rallying cry, whether for racial purity or revolution, for in the final product, most of the men and women stranded on Mars do not seem to have any inclinations towards founding an alternative to earthly society. Still, it would have been interesting if the crash of the 1893 expedition had led to Mars becoming a petri dish for competing philosophies of the Victorian era, a Barsoom shock, if you will. The group was, after all, made up of a Roosevelt, a Lenin, a Goldman, and various other figures with divergent views on politics and religion. It doesn't take this route, however, as though there is a factional split, this involves one group being possessed, the other group going off on a sort of anarcho-spiritualist pilgrimage and also being possessed, and the only sane group left just locking their city down. That doesn't leave much scope for exploring competing ideas, unless you count Emma Goldman ranting about slitting Andrew Carnegie's throat. But it would have been a difficult thing to pull off anyway, partly due to the time-space paradox clause imposed by Richard Garriott, but also because it would have been difficult to go into much detail on so many different shades of thought, let alone represent them fairly. Fictional societies based upon real-life principles can be a prickly subject, since players are going to interrogate these portrayals much more aggressively than usual, depending on their own knowledge and beliefs. Getting a few dates wrong or misrepresenting psychoanalysis is not in itself going to be all that inflammatory, but straying into what might be perceived as active commentary on such issues can invite criticism. The CRPG addict, for example, seemed a little put out by what I thought was a rather milquetoast anti-communist joke, whilst the same author shared with myself the greatest distress at the presence of Nikola Tesla, who in the years since Martian Dreams' release has ballooned into an insufferable icon of pop science overexposure. Had Martian Dreams seemed proactively critical or laudatory towards one figure or philosophy over another, a segment of the player base would likely have perceived Origin as being biased, unbalanced, or flat-out misleading in their characterization of Victorian controversies. Instead, the game mostly paddles in the shallow end of contentious debates, without delving too deeply, and broadly speaking is not overtly overtly opinionated towards its subject matter. Politically and personally, Grigory Rasputin and Emma Goldman initially come off looking the worst of the bunch, but this is hand-waved by the circumstances of the plot. Sure, the game arguably constitutes commentary in the sense of, say, endorsing the scientific validity of more outlandish experiments conducted by Tesla or C.L. Blood, but in that case the former's work is again a contrivance of a fictional setting, and the latter is such an obscure figure I doubt enough people had heard of him to be offended. Probably the closest thing to a coherent, overarching message in Martian Dreams is a vaguely environmentalist warning in the form of the industrial nightmare of Argyre. As I said before, I found this aspect of the game to be a little out of place. I think a straightforward Malthusianist catastrophe, minus 19th century factory city, would have been more authentically Victorian Mars, and I'm not sure whether the Red Planet, a world entirely at the mercy of naturally occurring and irresistible astronomical forces, is the most effective vehicle for environmentalist allegory. Then again, perhaps Origin were taking a cue from Lowell himself, who wrote that it would be nearsighted to dismiss the lessons of Mars based on its strangeness to earthly paradigms, whether of biology or planetary science. In Mars and its Canals, the astronomer argued that by studying others, we learn about ourselves, and though from the remote we learn less easily, we eventually learn the more, adding that, on our own world, we are able only to study our present and our past. In Mars, we are able to glimpse, in some sort, our future. On the other hand, assigning intent to Origin's writers might be a mistake. A framing device of the manual is that it's written by the character of pre-expeditionary Warren Spector, and based upon the fragmentary messages of Percival Lowell, whilst that of the official clue book is that Nellie Bly is the author and Spector the editor. Is Origin warning that the world of Martian Dreams is merely seen through the prism of specific historical figures, and shaped by the limits of their perception? I'm skeptical we're meant to engage with the story in this way. Whilst there's precedent for questioning the authority of the author in Victorian space fiction, this is a bit of a running joke in the latter parts of First Men in the Moon, neither Bly nor Spector are portrayed as untrustworthy. There's even references to Spector being smitten with Bly. I assume this is an in-joke referencing the real Warren Spector's admiration for his historical waifu, so I expect Origin meant us to think her as heroic, principled, and unimpeachable a journalistic authority as the fearless practitioners of the craft ennobling society today. Still, it brings us back to the fact that despite being a tribute to the Victorian era, Martian Dreams is as much a story about specific historical personages as it is about historical trends, and one so packed with such figures that it struggles to fully represent any of them. From what I read in interviews with Jeff Johanigman and Warren Spector, it seems the idea of Worlds of Ultima 2 as an ensemble piece, a story with an extensive cast, was established well before either of the two games actually entered production. As we've already seen, that causes issues in that there's not enough time or space to properly explore their lives or beliefs. The game's title would suggest psychoanalytic principles are a central theme, but these are in fact restricted to very specific areas of the story and setting. Instead of focusing on a particular set of values, as a game like BioShock did, the player flits back and forth between dozens of different characters, receiving bite-sized scraps of information that are swiftly forgotten as they hike to the next historical cameo. It's odd that Nellie Bly is, with apologies to Warren and Richard, the only notable real-life figure permanently attached to the party. Like Jimmy Malone in Savage Empire, she has a gameplay function in terms of being a biped notebook, but would it not have made more sense for Freud or Tesla to be attached to the avatar, to elaborate on particular scientific or intellectual ideas in more depth? So confounded was the CRPG addict by Bly's omnipresence that he initially assumed she was to serve as a potential romance for the Avatar, despite the fact that, as the author warned his readers, Bly in 1895 was not the comely maiden Origin portrayed her as, but rather a venerable old 30-something. Sorry, love, you had your chance. In its totality, the effect of the game's expansive cast is almost of visiting a wax museum and striding past a succession of famous figures who robotically recite a handful of pre-recorded lines of note. "A moment, Mr. Edders," you rudely interject. Does this not bring to mind Michael Henkst's review from 1991, in which he complained that the barrage of 19th century notables was more exhausting than enthralling? The observation does make me wonder about Origin's end goal. Were players meant to recognise these historical characters and derive pleasure from that? Or was the intention just to introduce these figures to an audience who it was assumed would not be especially familiar with them? A not-so-contemporaneous, but very relevant example of the former in almost the same genre would be perennially aggrieved comic book writer Alan Moore's The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, which was also a Victorian Ensemble story, but oriented around various fictional icons of the era, from Rider Haggard's Alan Quatermain to Jules Verne's Nemo to Robert Louis Stevenson's Dr. Jekyll and so on. Many readers were thrilled by the breadth and depth of the comic's intertextuality, the quantity of fictional works it referenced, and the interplay between them. But others, myself included to a point, disliked the approach, either because they were not familiar with and couldn't appreciate all the different references, or because, even if they did recognise them, found them too forced and artificial to impress on the reader a plausible and verisimilar world. When the first volume of the comic was adapted to the cinematic medium, various characters were altered, sidelined, or removed entirely, and a new character, Tom Sawyer, introduced as a means of enticing American audiences. One of the scriptwriters, James Dale Robinson, justified these changes on the basis that, quote, "Unfortunately, the reading level of the world has declined," unquote, which he argued rendered some of the original work's literary cameos problematic. Could this have been Origin's failing with Martian Dreams? Did it err in targeting an audience more cultured and widely read than was the average, a niche of Ultimanian Renaissance men? I don't think so. It has been argued that people who play point-and-click adventure games are a little better educated than the typical gamer, but this argument is typically sourced to people who play point-and-click adventure games, and frankly I find it implausible that Origin thought there was a significant number of Ultima players out there who were simultaneously familiar with Sarah Bernhardt and C.L. Blood and Percival Lowell and George Washington Carver and so on. No, I think it's more likely Origin expected their audience to recognize some notable figures but not others, that the game was meant to introduce a lot of these characters to the player. Remember that Martian Dreams was, according to Warren Spector, meant to be informative, not merely empty entertainment recycling fantasy cliches. When the player goes in search of a MacGuffin, the quest is not delivered to him by a fictional elfin princess. He does not retrieve the fabled Orb of Eldritchity in the enscorcelled gauntlet of a long-dead warlord, and he does not deposit said item in his bag of holding. In Martian Dreams, the quest is received from a historical personage, Marie Curie. The orb is the very real and very radioactive metal known as radium, the magic glove is a pair of tongs, and the object's destination is not a portal to a demiplane, but rather a lead-lined metal box. When the hero needs to uncover the location of specific points of interest on Mars, he does not find the answer in a 1,000-year-old vault of knowledge or the lost library of the arcane, but instead consults Robert Peary, one of those rugged terrestrials who charted the Arctic regions of Earth. Spector may have sniffed at the word edutainment, but how inappropriate is the term when applied to a setting that operates not by the dictates of watery tarts throwing swords at people, but by the higher authority of Victorian science. A game in which most of the cast have been selected based on their historical value, rather than because they were an established fantasy trope or because Richard Garriott fancied them in high school. It's true Origin fails to fairly represent any of these characters in breadth or depth, but there is clearly a logic to which aspects of their lives and work the team inserted into the game. H.G. Wells exists not as a short, fat, squeaky-voiced sex fiend who fantasized about global technocratic totalitarianism, but as a futurist and a pioneering proto-sci-fi author. William Randolph Hearst appears not to be arraigned for his contributions to journalistic malpractice, but as a representative of new kinds of business empires emerging in the 19th century. And the Theodore Roosevelt of the Ultima universe is not just the Roosevelt of the Rough Riders or the Roosevelt of the governing class, but the Roosevelt who instructs the Avatar in the principles of early forensic science. Almost all the NPCs in Martian Dreams seem purposefully written and incorporated into the story for their teachable value. From George Washington Carver we learn of trends in botany, from Carnegie of manufacturing, from Melies something of photography. The inclusion of all these characters and the information they impart to the player strikes a tone almost in opposition to the apocalyptic undertones of its premise and conclusion. Mars might be on the brink of destruction, but the Earth folk seem possessed of a great radicalizing energy. Every man and woman on Mars a frontiersman in exploration, physics, agriculture, literature, business, art, politics, spacefaring, and more. It's the kind of rousing tribute to human ingenuity, industriousness, and endeavour that can only be matched by getting absolutely plastered and playing the opening credits of Enterprise on a permanent loop. You might say that in this sense, the most important scene in Martian Dreams is that ever so brief sequence that occurs in the introduction and is almost never spoken of again. The 1893 Chicago World Fair may only appear in Martian Dreams for a handful of frames, but it perhaps best communicates the evolutionary and revolutionary spirit of the 1890s, and of the game. The fair was a celebration of many things, not least America, and more specifically the city of Chicago, whose representatives had in 1890 won the right to host it over several rivals, most notably the grasping, perfidious, and underhanded New Yorkers. But broadly speaking, it was a celebration of progress and achievement in science and technology and engineering and culture and everything else that constituted the wages of civilization. Visitors might gape at the colossal Ferris wheel, or the photographic marvel that was the Zoopraxiscope, admire the Tiffany Chapel, or see in the Krupp gun the flower of Teutonic artillery ship. Some streets hosted exhibits of international culture, some were dedicated to architecture or rail. So stunning was the speed at which an exhibition of such size and sophistication had been built, and soon after dismantled or reinforced, that the event would later be dragged into a range of conspiracy theories collectively dubbed Tartary or Tartaria, which posits that architectural wonders like the White City could not possibly have been constructed and demolished in such record time, and were in fact the remains of a prehistorical global empire, originating in modern-day Russia. Although these theories have been around for a few decades, they picked up a bit on the internet in the late 2000s, and I don't think Warren Spector or the Worlds of Ultima team were aware of them, which is a huge shame because they would tie in perfectly with Victorian space romances like Edison's Conquest of Mars, which portray the Martians as the progenitors of the pyramids and other ancient wonders. Space 1889 also draws on similar themes. It may in fact seem strange to modern players the limited extent, comparatively speaking, to which the Columbian Exposition is sensationalized by Origin. Media like the 2003 novel Devil in the White City, or the 2013 FPS BioShock Infinite have somewhat revitalized its mystique in popular culture. No, Spector and his cohorts have played the World Fair pretty straight in Martian Dreams, space canon notwithstanding. No ancient obelisks, no serial killers running murder castles, no flying cities, but more as it was in the real world, a symbolic and practical representation of mankind's achievements. And so it is with Martian Dreams' narrative, a celebration of progressiveness, or curated to fit modern perceptions of progressiveness. After all, to a 19th century socialist like H.G. Wells, eugenics were as rational and forward-thinking as suffrage or social welfare, yet Origin's game is mysteriously silent on the importance of racial hygiene. Certainly some might view Martian Dreams as a sanitized and distorted picture of the period. Robert Crossley's book on Mars not infrequently makes snide comments in reference to 19th century beliefs that conflict with modern Western attitudes, or ties works to Christopher Columbus and what the author calls, quote, the the spectre of American imperialism, unquote. Sometimes with cause, as in relating the Martian fear of American annexation, but sometimes I think editorializing, and it is certainly not a tone that came through in Martian Dreams. Rather than covering a broad range of trends that, from the perspective of a player in the 1990s, might seem both good and bad, Origin prefers to focus on, from their point of view, the positive elements of Euro-American civilization at the time. The explorers, the entrepreneurs, the reformers, the pioneers of science and medicine and so forth. The sort of portrayal that would be appropriate for schoolchildren or tourists. One doesn't get the sense that we're meant to dismiss the people and concepts we encounter, to view them as satirical or villainous and laugh off their ideas. Quite the opposite. To progress in the game, players are expected to internalize and apply some of their principles. We might therefore perhaps wish to revisit our earlier dismissal of Martian Dreams' historicity as akin to a parade of figures at a wax museum. Perhaps the World Fair was a more appropriate allegory, in that Martian Dreams is not so much a line of lifeless models as it is a series of exhibitions. Players not only meet these historical figures, but engage with some of their ideas in practice, prodding and poking mechanical devices or noting down the propositions they communicate in their lectures for future reference. That would make Martian Dreams difficult to incorporate into, say, an overview of Martian-themed media in the vein of Crossley's book. Putting aside its literary focus, in Imagining Mars, works seem to be included because they tell us something of their era. They're either emblematic of a particular period in Martian literature, or they're in communication with earlier stories about the planet. Crossley, being an English professor, spares limited space for discussion of masculinist fantasies like A Princess of Mars, but is interested in later works that reference or comment on A Princess of Mars. The way in which Imagining Mars is structured is that virtually everything Crossley covers leads up to Kim Stanley Robinson's Mars trilogy from the 1990s, the culmination of several waves of Martian literature stretching back at least 150 years, of which Victorian narratives are only a part. If Martian Dreams were a text instead of a game, I doubt it would fit into that structure. Neither Freudian psychoanalysis, nor Jeff George's references to the dangers of recreational drugs, nor Warren Spector's unspoken historical parallels to modernity come across very strongly, and the vaguely socialist or environmentalist themes aren't enough to really count as explicit commentary. Perhaps I'm just not intelligent enough to be picking it up, but the setting's mix of authentically Victorian ideas with space age and later concepts doesn't seem intentional, just convenience or coincidence, and so Crossley probably wouldn't find much to say about Origin's game. Even so, Martian Dreams' writing and setting reflect not only a general interest in the period, but Spector's belief that it was one of both remarkable things and remarkable people, and that, by itself, is perhaps the closest I felt that the game gets to saying something about its subject matter. Martian Dreams is set in the past, but it is a broadly positive depiction of the past, characterizing it as handmaiden to the future. The cover art is not of greedy industrialists rubbing their hands over the planet's mineral deposits, or of muscle-bound heroes looking for monsters to slay, just two adventurous souls touched by the spirit of earnest anticipation. So often does media about the Victorian era emphasize what it sees as its shortcomings, sneering at its science, scoffing at its assumptions, or scolding its social attitudes. Martian Dreams, on the other hand, is a somewhat uplifting and sympathetic portrait of mankind at the turn of the century. Some modern media portrays the Victorians as naive or ignorant, some as evil or complicit in all sorts of societal ills, both of their day and extending into our own. In the 1979 movie Time After Time, a temporally displaced Jack the Ripper flicks through scenes of terror and mayhem, vignettes of social inequality, religious conflict, and mechanical monsters battling across the sands, and tells fellow traveller H.G. Wells that he is finally where he belongs. The world, he avers with great pride, has caught up with me and surpassed me. Decades later, in the bloody gaslight horror From Hell, another cinematic incarnation of the character would declare, "One day, men will say I gave birth to the 20th century." In Martian Dreams, though, the focus is not so much on cynically positioning the 1890s as a portal to the sectarianism and strife of subsequent eras, but on the vitality of the Victorian era, the accomplishments, even if highlighted selectively, in medicine, communication, engineering, infrastructure, and egalitarianism. The human colony on Mars is not a model for a specific set of Victorian values, but more a demonstration of how they saw their universe changing around them, seemingly for the better. The game opens with blue skies, neoclassical marble edifices, and a teeming crowd of brightly dressed 19th century fairgoers, in awe of the man-made miracles about them. The Victorians of the Ultima universe are not depicted as barreling towards world wars and atomic destruction, but as an innovative, energetic, and optimistic people approaching the next century under the impression that the world was, for the most part, undergoing a process of improvement and enlightenment built upon the toil of the past. Whether or not it's an appropriate picture to paint of the period, it is an affecting one, and the ticker tape parade of the ending, set to a triumphal upbeat outro track, leaves the player with a strong sense of cheer and goodwill. It's a pleasant feeling, and one only slightly undermined, intentionally or otherwise, by the final slide. A picture of Mars, home to your adventure and to eons of progress, scoured clean by dust storms, to leave no trace of the civilization that once seemed a permanent feature of its ruddy face. In one of his lectures, Warren Spector positions Martian Dreams in a financial context, placing it in an early era in which a professional team of multiple artists, programmers, and designers could produce a competitive, full-length CRPG for the cost of a measly couple of $100,000. He does this to illustrate how quickly conditions changed, to the point that a decade later, titles routinely required a budget in the millions. And Spector is correct that Martian Dreams is very much a game caught in the midst of remarkable changes. In designing the game, the team were taking advantage of innovations introduced by the Ultima 6 engine, yet by the time Worlds of Adventure hit the shelves, Spector himself had already been stunned by the sight of the fully 3D world of Ultima Underworld. To some reviewers, Martian Dreams symbolized the progress made by CRPGs since the dark days of emulating tabletop stat sheets and dice rolls. To Polish computer role-playing forum RPG Codex, the game indicated a shift in the Ultima series away from player freedom in favor of cinematic storytelling, a charge Spector denied when it was put to him. And, assuming he was being quoted fairly, to Jeff George, Martian Dreams was the penultimate nail in the coffin of his career, for it represented in games development a tendency towards the elevation of producers as creative leads over directors and designers, the ensconcement as artistic and narrative authorities of the Warren Spectors of the world, rather than those toiling away in the trenches. But then, what else could a game about the turn of the century be but a game of transitions, for good or ill? And as we've already noted, it's an era begging for further exploration, but despite Spector's best efforts, he has at the time of writing not had the opportunity to helm another game celebrating steampunk or Victoriana. As to Martian Dreams' failure to resonate with audiences, maybe, as was often argued, Ultima fans were perfectly happy with fantasy. Maybe Spector's belief that, as he put it, a more realistic, historical approach could reach a larger, more diverse audience was wrong from the very start. Maybe, just as Savage Empire had the bad luck to launch a few years before Jurassic Park, Martian Dreams would have greatly benefited from the surge in steampunk media that occurred in the 2000s. Or maybe CRPG players, warned off by references to adventure gaming and professional reviewers cautioning that Mars was a world rife with puzzles, simply did not want that kind of game. Personally, I'll have to conclude with the same sentiments I expressed in the Savage Empire video. It's an interesting title, well worth discussing, but not all that engaging to play. Even as a free gift on GOG, I'm not sure you'll get much out of it unless you're interested in the 1890s, Victorian sci-fi, or cracking computerized conundrums. For audio-visual flair and general enjoyment, I would pick the first Worlds of Ultima over the second. And may I add that in producing this retrospective, I was greatly injured by Origin's decision to sideline pulp literature, as unlike the Savage Empire video, I had little cause to accompany the story analysis with pictures of naked women. Then again, a prominent leader of the Ultima fan community declared my Savage Empire review overly academic, so consider this my revenge in making the follow-up video twice as boring. But were it not for that villainous character and the rest of the Ultima community, this retrospective probably couldn't have been produced at all, as in researching it I relied heavily on Andreas Contato's Through the Moongate, the Ultima Wiki, the Ultima Codex, the Origin Gallery, and several helpful individuals. These include Mike McShaffrey, Denis Loubet, Bill Randolph's Martian Dreams design docs included in the GOG release, and George the Fat Man Sanger, who followed up to tell me that a good deal of his past work, including potentially unused material for Worlds of Ultima, is archived with the George Sanger papers at the University of Texas Briscoe Center for American History. And with that, we draw the curtain on the Worlds of Ultima series, an ambitious endeavour that, unlike the fictional projects inspiring Martian Dreams, lacked a wealthy Victorian industrialist to fund it, and thus lived and died by the cruel but fair reality of market forces. That we got 2 games out of Origin's attempt to flee the restrictions of generic fantasy role-playing is impressive in itself. Alas, consumers never truly warmed to the formula, one which had relied on cannibalizing the achievements of a more successful title in the first place, and the Worlds of Ultima series now sleeps alongside Origin itself in peaceful repose. Thus, ladies and gentlemen, Nichols and Barbicanes and Ardans and Bedfords and Cavors, red and white and green Martians, we conclude another retrospective. Thank you very much for watching, or listening whilst cooking or painting your house, or any of the other things you've told me you use my videos for, some of which I dare not mention. I hope you found it enlightening, even if you're not an Ultima fan or care overmuch for Mars and Victorian space fiction. I certainly found it fun to research. If you're interested in learning more about the Red Planet in fiction, especially in the context of Martian Dreams timeframe, I recommend the previously referenced 2011 book Imagining Mars, which I thought a bit opinionated, but is nevertheless a much more extensive and relatively concise overview of the subject than any of the online sources I happened across. That said, this video owes a great debt to public domain internet archives such as Project Gutenberg, archive.org, and the American Library of Congress for preserving many of the relevant works covered in Crossley's book. The stories of Wells and Verne, Pope and Service, and many others I mentioned in this video are only a few clicks away. But returning to the channel, we're nearing winter, and you've probably noticed I didn't exactly keep to my promise from last year's Planescape retrospective to stick to shorter and more frequent videos. Unfortunately, as one of my greatest fans has observed, I do take undue pleasure from the sound of my own voice. And before that voice is tragically silenced for another few months, I'll remind you that we haven't done a proper adventure game review for a long time. For that reason, our next video will be the Australian live-action noirish point-and-click mystery, The Dame Was Loaded. So I'll get to work on that, and you may drift back to sleep to dream of Dangerous Woman. Bye for now, everyone, and take care.